Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Yuletide December live stream. I hope that you all have an amazing Yule. I hope that it's going well so far, and we are back to answer some more questions all about witchcraft, spirit, spellwork, paganism, all of that kind of stuff. So, as always, if you've been here before, I will have a Q&A tab that's at the top of the chat so that you can go and check that out, put any of your questions there. I do work chronologically, so I can be a little bit behind where you guys are, mostly because I don't really want to be leaving anybody out. I typically don't miss questions intentionally. If I don't know the answer to a question or I've already answered it previously in the live stream, I will usually mention that. If you do get skipped, it's probably because my chat has jumped. So just let me know and I'll see if I can find your question. Okay, with that being said, let me know where everybody is from so I can go and check that out. Let's have a look. See, I know that some people are already posting it. We have Slovakia, Canada, Massachusetts, France, Virginia, Yorkshire, California, South UK, Florida, Alabama, Arizona, more Florida, Tennessee, North Idaho, Netherlands, Mexico, Finland, Nebraska, Illinois. So many people from so many different places. Netherlands, Missouri. Let's have a look, see. Scotland, Wales, Indiana, Texas. So many people from so many places. Oh my goodness, thank you so much to Mickey and the Mist and Ruth. Thank you so much. As you can see, I'm not used to speaking today. So, with that being said, I pulled some books previously about different topics that I saw in the chat beforehand so that I can kind of get ahead of myself. But as we go through, I will no doubt end up having to go to my cabinet to get more books out and then more books out because it's one of these live streams and that always happens. Now, just before we fully dive in, do you guys prefer me sitting here or me sitting back there like I was last month? I'm not certain which one I prefer yet, but I know that this computer does run smoother, so that might be a really surefire way of choosing which one is which. Let's have a look, see. Questions, here we go. So at the very top here, we have, okay, I'm going to do one that I've got a book for, and then I'll go back to the other ones. So one of them, which I feel like I should start with simply because it is so ridiculously interesting and I never really thought about it. So somebody here asked, did you ever find your copy of Bookland's Big Blue Book? I was wondering what you thought of the Witch's Cradle. Was it a real thing or was it made up? Oh, so what have we got here? Choose a spot most comfortable. I think I might end up doing it here then, to be honest, just because it's so much easier to click between different things. So, Raymond Bookland's Big Blue Book is this. This is, everything's backwards, Bookland's complete book of witchcraft. And it is a big blue book. This is it in relation to my face, right? This book is huge. You basically cannot fit it on a shelf. And it is one of the most famous books on witchcraft. Well, it's so famous it has its own nickname, which is the Big Blue Book. Now, what I will say about this is you think a complete book of witchcraft, it's going to be about witchcraft. It's not. It's about Wicca. So that's really important to bear in mind. So this says, Bookland's complete book of witchcraft has influenced and guided countless students, coven initiates, and solitaries around the world. One of modern Wicca's most recommended books, this comprehensive text features a step-by-step course in witchcraft with photographs and illustrations, rituals, beliefs, history, and lore, as well as an instruction in spellwork, divination, herbalism, healing, channeling, dreamwork, sabbats, esbats, covens, and solitary practice. So it's a really interesting book. It is just important to bear in mind that this is primarily going to be on Wicca. But when you go to page 139, I checked earlier, here we go, there's a chapter called Lesson 8. That's all it's called. And Lesson 8 covers a whole range of things. But when you get specifically to page 151, you get this. I'm not sure if you're going to be able to see this properly. These two illustrations here. And this is in the section called The Witch's Cradle. Now, when I read this book, I never really acknowledged this section and that it existed, right? So I just sort of skim read through the book. It is kind of really strange. And so the question here is this a real thing or not? So before I read this section, I would love to know in the chat if you have ever heard of such a thing as the witch's cradle. Is this something that you've known being practiced, that you know somebody doing? Because I will hold my hands up and say, I have never heard of anybody using this specific technique in the actual spellwork and ritual. Oh, thank you so much, Jamie. Yeah, they're really nice. So, depriving the physical senses by external means is in no way a new idea. For centuries, the Arabian dervishes, I'm pretty certain that's not how you say that, but I'm gonna go with it, have dangled from a rope around the wrist. Hindus have sat for days, weeks, or even months in a lotus position, and members of the craft have used a device known as the witch's cradle to separate the consciousness from the physical. There are several variations of the witch's cradle. 2 are illustrated. All perform the same basic function of isolating the person from his or her physical environment and make physical movement all but impossible. Under these conditions, the consciousness is loosened from the physical bondage and becomes free to roam around the physical horizon. As illustrated, the first cradle, a person is wrapped like a mummy, shrouded in leather or cloth. The arms are fastened down in straitjacket fashion. Leather straps hold the body in an iron frame, while the leather hood shuts out sight and sound. The head is held in place by a leather strap or iron band as shown. Can you just have a look at that? How gruesome does this look? That is... And then there's this one, right? So this is where a person is suspended by their arms from leather straps. Okay, it's... I have never ever heard of anybody outside of Raymond Buckland in this book talk about this. So then it leads to questions, because there's loads of people here. So the cradle's new to me. I haven't, not other than Buckland's, never heard about it. I've never heard about it before, not heard about it other than in Buckland's book. But that does not sound fun. Yeah, it definitely doesn't. Now, it does lead to some interesting questions, I suppose, and a lot of them we do have answers to, and that is that a lot of witchcraft books are either repurposed information from older works or their personal gnosis. And so I suspect that this is very much a form of personal gnosis, whether this is something that he has learned about from other practitioners who, for them, it's been personal gnosis. Now, deprivation of the senses is used within meditative and mind-calming practices. It's a way of opening up psychic abilities, allowing us to commune more with deities and spirits, etc. But usually that's done by just blocking out sight and sound. It's not usually done by locking a practitioner into a straitjacket and hanging them from a metal bar. Like, that just sounds kind of terrifying, and I think it would actually put a lot of people off. But there is that question of, was this something that was actually, how do I best describe it? Was this something that was actually done because it was better to do it that way? Or was it done that way because the drama that surrounded it made it feel more ritualistic in nature? I gotta say, I don't think I am going to do that one, personally. I think that one I might give a miss. But I did think that was really interesting, because it's topics like that I think can sort of alienate people from the practice a little bit, because they think, oh, well, I'm not doing that, therefore I can't practice Wicca. When in reality, I'm pretty certain that this is just something that Raymond Buckland sort of created for the purpose of the book. I don't think I've said, well, I'm trying to use a trackpad. I don't have a trackpad on here. I think I've missed a few. So, I didn't say thank you, Jamie. Thank you very much. Or did I? I honestly can't remember. And thank you so much, LV, as well as Alan. Thank you so, so much. So, there were a few other book questions that I will get to you straight away, which is, have you read Anna Franklin's book, Familiar's Powers of Britain? So, I dug around and I actually found this book. I actually have not read this one yet. It has a perfect unbroken spine. Well, it's got a slight dent in the spine, but it's mostly perfect. Now, I will be really honest and say this is a Capelban publisher, which is a publisher that's out of print. So all of the books from Capelban are going to be crazy, crazy expensive. I love Anna Franklin's work, and so I went out of my way to find this one. I don't think they're that cheap, but this is Anna Franklin's book, Familiar's Animal Powers of Britain, and immediately I want you to get out of your head the idea of a cat, a bat, a dog, a rabbit being a familiar, as well as spirit familiars, in the sense of an individual spirit that we commune with. Instead, this book is more in relation to animal powers. So if anything, get rid of this familiars. It is literally just a book on animal powers of Britain. So I will just sort of, I'm scared of damaging the spines. I'm just gonna open it really, really carefully. All over the world, magicians, shamans, and witches work with animal powers. An animal familiar represents the species as a whole, not a wolf, but wolf. Through this connection, the shaman or witch can draw on the power of a whole species for their strength and abilities. He or she may call on the strength and swiftness of a horse, the cunning of the fox, the courage of the boar, or the far sight of the eagle, and so on. So that kind of gives you an indication of what this is sort of really focused on. This is not familiars in the modern sense of familiars. This also isn't familiars in the sense of spirit familiars. Instead, it's more connecting with animal spirits and the collective energy. So I thought I'd throw that one out there because this book is, it's not cheap. I think I got this one for like 35 quid, which for Capel Ban books isn't bad now, but they were never that expensive to start off with. So just make sure it's what you're after before you like dive in for the purchase. Okay, so let's go all the way up, see, and have a look at this one. So here we go. Here we go, select question. So when you make a fetch, do you have to call on the deities from the book Witchcraft by D'Angelis, or can you do it without deities or the deities you work with, for example, Bridget? So when we're doing really any kind of magical practice, spells, rituals, spirit work, anything like that, then it's about utilizing the energy that you feel particularly drawn and connected to. So for some people, that will be the deities that we see in the D'Angelis book. So did it say it in here? The Witchcraft by D'Angelis. But for other people, it will be their own personal deity. It may be Bridget, Ceridwen, Hecate, whoever it is you connect with. And if you don't connect with any deity, then that's something that you don't have to include in. So you can work with ancestors, you can work with familiars, you can work with servitors, whatever it is you feel drawn to, or not at all if you don't want to. Like, that's totally an option as well. It's really just about developing a practice. So if you've connected really deeply with the book Witchcraft by D'Angelis, then maybe you can start using that in your practice and then decide what you want and how do I best describe it? The things that resonate with you. So you do a working that includes everything, the deities, the spirits, the words, the items. And then after all of that, you say, okay, well, I actually don't think I need this section, and you take it out. So you basically leave whatever is useful. So a fetch is, it's a really interesting part of folklore and magical practice, actually, because it very much depends on where you are as to what the term means. So a fetch, when we're looking at, say, the trial records, is a part of the witch that is sent forth to carry out acts on their behalf. They would perhaps be called fetch beasts if they appeared in an animal form, and they can be humanoid or animal depending on that practitioner. So if a practitioner in the astral, say, presents as a wolf, then their fetch would likely also present in a similar way, but it doesn't have to. So essentially, you would send forth a part of yourself that remains linked to yourself as a way of gaining information, insight, and the like. It is different from a servitor in that a servitor is completely separate from you. So you take your energy, you give it purpose, and then you cut it off from you. So it is its own sort of sentient thing that is separate from you, whereas a fetch is something that goes out, comes back, and it's intrinsically linked to you. So when we're looking into, say, the witch trials, there's a lot of accounts of people appearing as a fetch in the bedroom of their victims, and they would appear in animal form, and in some cases that animal was attacked by the people. And once that animal was attacked and it ran away, in the instance that's most famous, I believe it is a hare. You've also heard stories of it being a cat as well. They may well be two different stories. And then in the morning, when the villagers see the local townsfolk, they see the person that they believe is a witch has an injury in the exact same point on their body as that hare did the night before when it was attacked. And so they are intrinsically linked. So think of it, I suppose, as the astral form. You leave all consciousness behind, right? So your consciousness goes in the astral to the astral plane. A servitor is energy that is cut off from you to do a particular task. A fetch is almost an in-between. It is part of your consciousness, but not all of it. It is part of your energy, but it remains attached onto you, and it can come and go in between. People do use them in a similar way as servitors. It's a little bit like astral projecting, but you're not going all of the way. You're sort of going partially there. And sometimes they can appear in many different forms. Rats, cats, bats are all very commonplace in the trial records at the very least. What I'll have to do is I'll have to do like a whole video on the differences between things, because there are definitely crossovers. So you also hear terms such as fetch mate, which is a different thing in itself. That is more of a spirit that is coming to you and you are engaging with them as a fetch and as a physical corporeal being back and forth, which is then different to a fetch beast, which is then different to a familiar. Like, there's so much crossover, and depending on where you are, the terms are used somewhat interchangeably. So I'll have to write a script for like an entire video on that one, because yeah, it's one of those really interesting topics. If you want to learn more, I would recommend reading A Deed Without a Name by Lee Morgan. That goes into several different varieties, like fetch mate, fetch beast, things like that, that you can then build on from that point. Because yeah, it's one of those, it's a very old practice that I don't think gets spoken about enough. Right. Let's have a look, see where I am over here. Okay, here we go. How would I go about creating liminal space when laying a compass isn't possible? My working altar is a vintage desk up against the wall and can't be walked around. Okay, so this is an interesting one, because laying a compass has a rather traditional approach to it. Now, I do have an entire video for anybody who doesn't know the differences between a circle and a compass. I will, it's on my channel. I will try to remember to link it in again. I think it's called circle casting versus compass round, but I honestly can't really tell you. My memory, poof, gone. So traditionally, the way it is done, you would be walking around a circle and you are essentially delineating that space. So you are creating a world between worlds, right? So one really common technique for doing it is that you walk with a staff. You can have a staff that's like held in the middle and you are walking around it, or you can just repeatedly walk. And it's really common that you take your head, you turn it so you're looking back over your shoulder as you are walking round. There's a couple of different reasons for this. Some people believe that the reduced blood flow to your head, because you are compressing all of the important bits down here, has a way of inducing trance-like state. Some people believe that it is the ability, you are walking forwards, you are essentially between, because you are walking in one direction but you're looking in another. There's loads of different kind of thoughts around that, but you are essentially tramping energy around that space as a way of delineating it. Delineating. So I smush those letters in that word together. So when we are doing this, when we can't walk around that space, it is about putting energy into this environment to delineate it separately. So the walking around is one really easy way of doing it if you have the ability to do that. But if you don't, and you're really good at doing your energy work, you can simply push your energy around over, and like you are just spinning it around yourself, and you can start really low and you can go up. So you're essentially making like a tower, like a tunnel around you. You can do it that way. But you can create liminal space primarily, I want to say, with mirrors. So you can create liminal space by having two mirrors either side of your working environment. So you have a desk and perhaps you have one standing mirror on one side, one standing mirror on the other, and you're doing your workings between these two mirrors. I did an entire video recently on what is liminal space and how to work with it, which could be useful for this. But if you aren't able to do that, you can work at liminal times, dawn and dusk. You can also do midnight, different seasonal changes and the like is a good way of adding that liminality into a space. But if anything, what I can say is doing that energy delineating is really just as effective as walking the compass. It's just not for people, it is for people who aren't able to necessarily have that movement themselves, whether that's because you physically can't do that movement, whether you have vertigo and you get really, really dizzy, whether you just don't have the mobility or you don't have the space for it. That walking of the compass is just the act of delineating. And if you can do that by just spiraling your energy around, it's going to be as effective as long as you have that mindset of what it is that you want to be achieving. So it's a really interesting one. Usually you would go clockwise, you can go anti-clockwise. It really is just about delineating that space, and whichever way you go the other way when you are removing that. So if you have put your energy out clockwise, return it anti-clockwise and then return it into the earth. It's just a way to stop your space from being consistent liminal space. I mean, technically you can leave compasses out, like set up, but you have obviously created liminal space there, and sometimes that isn't necessarily what you want. So let's have a look, see. Bum, 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 where am I? Have you ever watched the TV show Salem? While obviously not historically accurate and the magic is definitely dramatized, we'd love to see one of your reaction videos for it. I don't think I've ever seen Salem. Okay, wait, I'm having a flashback here. So, anybody who has seen Salem, okay, really, she's gorgeous, dark-haired lady, quite slim, pale, beautiful dresses. Mandrake under a bed. Am I imagining that? Is that like in the first few episodes of Salem? Because I get the feeling like I might have watched like episode 1 or episode 2, and then I just got distracted and watched the Vampire Diaries for like the 115th time. So let me know if that's what I'm thinking of, because if that is what I'm thinking of, then I need to watch more of that, because I'm assuming, Salem, that it is going to be based off the Salem witch trials. Or perhaps the events that happened in Salem leading up to the witch trials. I don't know, that sounds really cool. If that's it, I need to go check it out. If that's what I'm remembering, I think that was really, really cool. The use of it was dark, moody, love it. So I will have to check it out if you would like another one of those what they did right videos. I've not done one in ages. I never finished Agatha All Along because I thought that the series was just getting a bit boring, and so I figured I'd just change and do something else. But let me know if anybody wants like those episodes back again, and I can try and do some more of them. Okay, let's have a look, see. I'm asking a really tough question. Okay, I'm braced. What is Cleo getting for Christmas? Have a great Yule. Oh, thank you so much. So Cleo is getting a ball shooter. Like, they're designed for really small dogs, so they don't really shoot, they more just sort of fire and roll, but she absolutely loves playing fetch. You can throw the ball, you can roll the ball, she doesn't really care what you do with it as long as she gets the ball at the end of it. She's not quite grasped the whole, I need to give the ball back thing. Instead, she sort of comes to you, she jumps in front of you and she growls at you, and that's her saying, fight me. She's like, fight me, I want you to try and take the ball off me. So I'm gonna hope that she learns how to use this little like ball shooter roller thing. It's not very powerful, to be honest. It's just so that she can do it repeatedly, because she would play ball for hours on end, and I don't have the cardio for that. Ooh, you should do a reaction to The Secret Circle too. Oh, I remember watching a little bit of The Secret Circle. Phoebe Tonkin was in that, right? And it was like cancelled after the first season. I will have to go and check that one out too. I've not watched that in years, probably not since it was released, actually. And then she ended up in the Vampire Diaries, and damn, what an upgrade. Right, let's have a look, see. Okay. I would like your opinion on spell jars. Do you think they work well for manifesting, or do you think your intentions are being locked away so they don't manifest? Okay. This is actually a really, really good question. And I think this very much depends on what it is that you're using it for and how exactly you're using it. So spell jars are typically used, well, traditionally they were primarily used for one of two things. You were either containing something, so you were trapping something, or you would be using sort of magnification qualities. So you would put things in that was meant to magnify so it couldn't get out, it could only grow and build inside that jar. But now, I know it sounds like I'm always hating on TikTok, and I'm not. I think there's some good things that have come out of it, but I do think that one downside is that a lot of workings are now primarily done in jars. I use TikTok occasionally, I'll be honest, I doom scroll on it every so often, and I will often see jar spell for this, jar spell for that, jar spell for the other, and I've never seen jars being used so much in comparison to how they're used on TikTok. It seems like everybody on TikTok is only using jars for their spells and rituals. And the problem with that is I think it can get things a little bit confused as to the best ways to use it, how to use it. Obviously, if it works for you, keep doing it. But general rule of thumb would be if you want to contain something, like you want to trap something inside, you want to limit something, jars are really, really great. Jars that stay sealed are really, really great. So think of traditional witches' bottles, designed to contain unwanted energies and keep it trapped inside. Containment style magic. If you want to amplify something and you don't want to lose any of it, keep it in a jar, because then when you open that jar, you're going to have even more of it at the end because that energy has been amplifying. But if it's something that you want to manifest that you haven't got in your life yet, I don't necessarily think that keeping it sealed in a jar is going to work best for everything. Now, there are obviously like caveats and things with this. So little vials that you're carrying around, they are in your energy all of that time. They are around you. They might sleep under your pillow. You're wearing them under your clothes when you go to school or you go to work. The energy that is attracted to that is going to come into your energy. So in which case, it being sort of drawing in isn't necessarily a problem because it's in your space all of the time. Same applies for if you're going to keep like protection jars in the drawer of your desk when you're at work because you want protection from gossip or something. That is in your space. But if you're just going to leave a jar at the back of a cupboard and not do anything with it for weeks, months, years, and you're never going to open it, you're never going to energize it, then it becomes sort of a useless endeavor. So there's dead easy ways to get around this. So if you want to build up energy to then release it into your life, but perhaps you yourself are low energy, so you don't want to be doing a large spell or ritual, do a jar for it, put items inside that are going to represent that energy, allow it to build up over time inside that jar. You can put that jar out during certain events, like cosmic events, lunar events, if you feel that's going to benefit the energy inside that jar. Sit and charge it every week, every month, as you feel as though you can. Allow it to build up. When you feel like it's built up enough, open the lid and allow that energy to permeate your space. You can also do this as an alternative way of charging objects. So if you struggle to put energy into an object, if you put loads of items of representation inside a jar, so herbs that represent what you want, symbols of things that represent what you want, put it out during certain moon phases, put things inside that you want to charge with that energy, seal it and just let it do its thing. Because that energy is sort of just going to be like echoing around that space and it's just going to be permeating that object. If you want to trap something inside a jar long term, seal it, don't open it. That's the kind of situation where you keep it somewhere dark and hidden and away from sight. And you probably don't pay much attention to it until once a year you bring it out, recharge it, and then put it back in again. The thing I would avoid though is if you want that energy in your space, but you are sealing that jar, putting it in the back of a cupboard that nobody ever goes near and just leaving it, I think that's when you might find that you don't get necessarily the results that you want. I don't know if that made any sense whatsoever, but I will probably in the end do an entire video on jars and like the different ways that you can use them to the best of their abilities, because jar spells are so useful. I just think sometimes they're used primarily as a visual representation on social media especially. Okay. Can glamour spells make you less visible to unwanted attention? For example, if you're walking through a sketchy neighborhood, can they make you less noticeable? Okay. Yes, but always caveats, okay? Yes, glamour spells are not just beauty spells. I often see people conflating the two together. They say like, oh, glamour magic is just beauty magic, and it's not. Glamour magic goes far, far beyond just beauty spells. But it is probably the most common technique that is used. Glamour spells are essentially designed to alter how other people would perceive you, an object, a location, etc. So if anybody has seen Shadowhunters, well, not even just seen, but if you've read the City of Bones, that's the first one, right? I'll be honest, I lose track. The way that things are concealed, that would fall under glamour magic. So the way that the Institute is concealed is glamour magic. Obviously, if you haven't seen Shadowhunters, it's going to make no sense to you. But essentially, when you cast a glamour, you can make yourself look slightly different. You can also make yourself blend in to your surroundings. But, and here is the but, if somebody is directly looking for you, they're still going to be able to find you. If you are in a dangerous neighborhood and you're only walking through that dangerous neighborhood because you think that the glamour spell is going to somehow stop you from being noticed under all conditions, then that's also not that great, because that's not really how it works in this instance. I would say that the best way to describe the invisibility style magic that comes from glamour magic is more, if somebody is passing you by, they are probably not necessarily going to pay any attention to you. So if you're in a crowd of people, you're just going to blend into the background and you're not going to be that noticeable. It's, if anything, more significant with spirits, because they might know that somebody is there, but they can't necessarily pin down exactly where you are. But if you're standing alone in a bright pink cardigan and somebody's looking for somebody standing alone with a bright pink cardigan, you're still going to be noticed in that scenario. I hope that that makes sense. So it can definitely improve a situation. I would not use it as your only form of security in a potentially dangerous situation. And that applies to all magic in general, to be honest. I would never ever use it as a, how would I describe it? Like a catch-all for securing your safety spiritually, energetically, physically, whatever it might be. Right. Any recent book recommendations? What have I actually... I'll go on here, I'll go on my Kindle, and I will see if I can find what I'm reading at the minute. I'll be honest, I'm not reading that much, to be fair, mostly because I'm sort of getting prepared for the... What is the word that I'm thinking of? I'm thinking of book club. That's the word I'm thinking of. So I'm sort of been preparing for that, like trying to figure out what books should be included, what shouldn't. But the ones that I've started reading are, I'm still reading The Ineffable Name. That is all about traditional witchcraft. I'm not masses into it still, but so far I'm really enjoying it. I'm also reading The Busy Lazy Green Witch. That was a book that was on one of the new book releases videos. I think it was probably September, October-ish. It's on Kindle Unlimited, so if you have that, you're able to just read it on that. The other one I'm reading is Accused British Witches Through History. This one I think is really interesting because it focuses on specific individuals. So if I try and pull up some of the people here that it's going to be talking about, if I can scroll back far enough. So it's going to be talking about, I'm so sorry by the way if I mispronounce any of these names, Alice Keitler from 1324, Agnes Waterhouse from 1566, Gwen Furch Ellis from 1594, wow, I just turned into a 12-year-old boy, Mary Sutton from 1612, Joan Flower from 1619, Mary Lakeland 1645, Anne Wagg 1650, Isabel Gowdy 1662, Jane Wenham from 1712, Susanna Selleck from 1852 to 1860, and The Last Witch, Helen Duncan from 1944. And it's going in detail into their lives, their stories, what happened, why they were accused, how they were found out, etc., etc. And so that one is one that I'm really enjoying reading so far. I've only just started diving into it, but yeah, that one, super interesting topic, because it's not just about the witch trials in general or witchcraft history, it's about like actual things. I think that's actual things, like actual specific events, specific people, not just like the Salem witch trials or the Pendle witch trials, because although they're really significant, I think the stories of the individual people are just as important. So okay, let's figure out where I am. I am somewhere here. Do you have any tips for making spell candles? Not massively, really. Just go, like, obviously we do the candles for the website and the events and things. It just depends on what you feel drawn to. If you're making them for yourself, then utilize ingredients that you really connect with, and also things that are accessible to you. Some things are going to be a lot more expensive, and go with the things that you think you're going to utilize the most. Making your own tea lights is fairly easy because you don't need large amounts of wax, and it's also not really that messy because you don't have molds, you don't have anything like that. Instead, you just have like the tea light base, the wick, and you can just be pouring the wax in. It's just about figuring out the level of magic you want to be adding into your spells as you are creating that candle. So you can use colours, you can use fragrances, you can pour things at certain moon phases on certain days of the week. You can utilise the different layering of energies in the making of the candles, so then when it comes to using them, they already have that like underlying level of energy that's embedded into them. So if you want to be doing a love spell, then making a candle out of red wax with rose fragrance on a Friday on a full moon might be something that would help you in the long run. Or it might be something that you just find unnecessary, and in which case then it's just about figuring out what in particular you need out of your spell candles. Right. Let's have a look. See, I'm somewhere here. Am I? Yes. I know people tend to celebrate the solstice with an eye towards sun's return, but I love these long nights. What practices are for rejoicing in the magic of the darkness? Ooh, that's an interesting one. I suppose it depends on what you feel particularly drawn to, connected to, what you're able to do. Any kind of scrying could be really good, especially if you're using the moonlight to scry, and water as well, because they're typically associated with that cold, dark aspect. Anything that works with deities of the night, spirits of the night, you know, specific beings that prefer the darkness could be really good. And really, I think it's maybe just about taking time to do any meditations, mind calming, energy sensing, or even drawing on the energy into an object of the long nights that I don't know how to describe it. I know how it feels here, where here the nights, especially at this time of year, feel so still. Like, the energy isn't low by any means, but it feels very comfortable, like effortless. Like, it's not got any high energy spikes. It's just really, really calm. And if you really like that energy, if that's how it feels to you, or maybe it feels totally different, drawing that into an object that you can then draw on later can maybe help continue that energy on after the solstice has come and gone. Like, I can't believe the solstice is already here, to be honest. The fact that we're already nearly at the longest night, I feel like only a few weeks ago it was summer, which is honestly kind of scary. Like, this year has just gone so fast. Oh my goodness, thank you so much to that magical man. Thank you so much. I would recognize that smiling face absolutely anywhere. You are so dedicated to helping others, and you are such a gift to the community. Oh, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your support over months and months and months and months and months and months, years. Thank you so much. It really, really means a lot to me. Oh my goodness. Okay, let's figure out where I was. I am somewhere over here. Here we go. Okay, so this is one where I'm gonna pass some of this over to the chat and the comments to see what you guys recommend, right? Because my library is a little bit dated in this regard. Do you have any recommendations for books on Wicca? Also, tips on spell jars with liquids that don't leak, right? So I'll get onto that second bit first. No, I'll get onto that second bit last, but let's talk about the Wiccan books first. So, a lot of the time when I was sort of deep into Wicca, I didn't really heavily read books because I was mostly working with other people in the community. But I did get a few books in my collection that did focus on Wicca. I haven't really dived too much into that in maybe the last 10, 15 years now. So my books are sort of dated in this topic, and ultimately it depends on the style of Wicca that you want to be focusing on. The books in my collection were primarily recommended by people within traditional British Wicca, and they covered very traditional Wiccan styles. So we're talking The Witch's Bible, which is a book I didn't actually grab, but The Witch's Bible is intensely detailed if you like the more traditional Wiccan approach. The other book that I was recommended, as you can see, I noted the life out of this. This is called The Wicca Handbook by Eileen Holland. Now, this one is very much a beginner book on the topic. So this isn't like a super, it's not necessarily a super deep dive, but it does go into some interesting things. And I really appreciate that. I appreciate the fact that there's an introduction. I appreciate the fact that it covers Wicca and witchcraft and the reality of it. So here we go. Part 1 covers getting started in Wicca. It can also be used by seekers who explore pagan paths and spiritual alternatives. Part 2 is about what we do and why we do it. No devil worship, blood sacrifice, or broomstick flying. New witches will learn from it. Experienced practitioners will use it for reference. Part 3 is for everyone. From novice to adept, it contains useful information for writing spells, creating rituals, and making tools, charms, potions, and so forth. So this is the one that when I was really wanting to dive more into the witchcraft aspect of Wicca, because I wasn't feeling necessarily like Wicca was 100% for me, this book really helped because it goes into, say here, you're not really going to be able to see it very well, but down here it says correspondences for love spells. And it does that for all different types of intentions, not just love spells. And say, okay, here, money and business, right? There's an entire section here that goes into the planets, the elements, the numbers, the colours, the candles, the best times of day, the best times of week, the moon, the different sun placements, invocations, goddesses, gods, the different ways that you can do things. So this one is very much a merge between the merge between the very sort of religious, ritual focused Wicca and witchcraft, but there are sections on witchcraft at the very start, the different tools that you might want to be using, the consecration of them, what a Book of Shadows is, sacred spaces, meditations, whatever the different sabbats, Wiccan rites, initiations, etc., etc. So this one is very much that merge between the two. There are very, very, very many books on the topic, though, that range from super duper modern, like we've got Harmony Nice's book, Wicca, that came out, goodness, maybe 8 years ago now, something like that. And then there are books that are from more older sources in the community, and by that I mean they came out in the 80s and 90s. So we have Scott Cunningham is really, really prolific, and there's so many different versions of that you can go down. There's so many books out there that I think it's just about finding some resources that enough people recommend that it's worth checking them out, because most books, let me see, does this one actually even have it? Yeah, so at the very back here, we do have the bibliography. It's not a massive one. Oh, okay, never mind. I just skipped over pages. It's a good few pages where you can, say, dive into, let's have a look, see, The Witch's Bible. Actually, there we go. The Witch's Bible by Janet Farrar and Stuart Farrar, published 1996, is one of the books in this bibliography. So you could just go back to that one and just skip this one out entirely. it's just about finding something that resonates with you, because now there's so many different versions of Wicca. Even in the last like 5 or 6 years, we're seeing so many different varieties of Wicca coming out that were just not really spoken of that much 40, 50 years ago. So yeah, it's one that I really enjoyed. I found that the Witch's Bible was very, very dense, but I actually respect it a lot more now that I'm interested in sort of the more dense books, just because it's so jam-packed with information. Right. Right, I would love to send you a tarot deck. How can I best do that? Oh, if you send me a message on Instagram, or you can use the business email, which is thewitchesheart@outlook.com. I should be able to get back to you on that, because I do technically have a PO box. It's just that I started being sent really, really, really weird things, and so I stopped talking about it or putting it in like description boxes, because I was being sent really, really weird things that I'm pretty certain you aren't meant to send like via any postal service. So what I'll have to do is I'll go back and I'll check it out, because I'm gonna be really honest, I've not used Instagram in a long time. Social media right now is so overwhelming that I tend not to. So I'll go back through and I'll check everything to make sure I've not missed things. Right, let's have a look. See. What is the single easiest, most effective thing you can do to celebrate Yule and bring about change as a witch? My answer is going to be so unsatisfying, okay? And that is to just let it happen. And that sounds probably like the easiest, like, no way. That's like no shit. That's so obvious. But it's more that I find a lot of practitioners, myself included, I'm not excluded from this, will often fight energetic change. And it's like, no, this is really comfortable to me right now. I don't really want to do this. And I often find that when we allow ourselves to sort of sit in the energy of a season and in that Sabbath energy, that it will bring about energetic change. And that can feel really, really awkward and uncomfortable. But you just sort of have to sort of go, if that makes sense. You have to just sort of let it happen, because I've been well known for doing this within my own magical practice. I'll be like, no, I don't like this. I don't want the energy to change because I like the way it is right now, not realizing that like that change is going to bring about something even better later on. And so that's something I've always really, really struggled with. And as soon as I started letting go at the Sabbats, I often find that massively helps, just because the energy will sort of force you to change even if you don't want to. And it is probably the most uncomfortable thing to even try and do. And it's something that you definitely have to focus on unless you are gifted in feeling comfortable with change. But it's like when your practice starts changing and you're like, no, but I really like the practice I was before, and everybody knows in my community that I practice this, and now I'm gonna have to change it, and you like fight it and you try and hold on to it, and it just, yeah, it doesn't work that well in the long run. So that's sort of the best way of doing it for me. Is the PO box still active? It is, yeah. So I still have it. It's just that when I started being sent how do I best describe this? Pieces of material soaked in questionable things. I thought, yeah, maybe I'm not sure I like this so much anymore, but it is still active. I really need to find a way of like putting it on like the website or something so that people can find it more easily if they want to know. So there was one here as well that I think, okay, so I have a few interesting things coming out in the next year, so I will sort of let you guys and Patreon be privy to it first. So when do you think the next Ghost Stories video will be published? I'm actually slightly changing the format of those. They are still going to come out though, and they are still going to be accessible to everybody. I want to sort of preempt that. So I've, for the last maybe 4 years, been getting questions about the podcast. Is the podcast coming back again? Is this something that you're going to be like starting up? And I've always said like, yes, I'm going to do it. And then I just never ended up doing it, because I found that having all of the research just took weeks and weeks and weeks. And when you want to do an episode every week, I couldn't keep up, and it just drowned me in work and scripting and editing. And I ended up just sort of going, I can't do this anymore. And then I haven't posted an episode since, I think, 2021, maybe 2022 at a push. So I was thinking, this does have a point, by the way. I'm not just waffling for no reason. So I was thinking to myself, like, okay, so the podcast was about folktales, fairy stories, and ghostly encounters. That's, if for anybody who doesn't know, the podcast is called Through the Blackthorn Arch, and it's a podcast all about folktales, fairy stories, and ghostly encounters. We've covered topics like the Green Children of Woolpit, as well as one episode was about the Tower of London, about the ghost of Anne Boleyn that's seen haunting around the grounds. Like, we've covered some really interesting things like frightful folk medicine and everything in between. And so I figured what I would do is every other week, to help take the pressure off the scripting, I would do one of the ghost videos. So it would be 1 week is a traditional podcast episode, and then 1 week we're telling a ghost story from one of my subscribers, and then the next week we're doing another frightful tale about ghosts and fairies and mythological creatures, and then back to a ghost story. That's so that I can have enough time to be scripting the way I want to be scripting, in the detail that I would want, so that I can then get an episode out, like, alternately, every other week. So the podcast is called Through the Blackthorn Arch. If you scroll down on any of my YouTube descriptions, it's all there, and you can just find it on Spotify and things like that. So what will end up happening is the Patreon will get that first. They'll get it maybe like a week or two ahead of everybody else, and then they'll go on podcast platforms where everybody, regardless of whether you support the Patreon or the channel or not, is able to watch it for free, so that everybody has access to that content. I'm not sure if that's something that people are gonna like. I don't know. It was just the only way that I could try and like merge it together in a way that allowed me to keep making content to a degree that I would like to, like the quality that I'd like to. So that means that if you like cryptozoology, if you like haunted buildings or weird folk stories, it's probably the reason why you like the ghost stories in the first place. So I'm going to combine it all together into one thing. So that is starting in January, as long as I can keep on track. I'm already 5 episodes in. So that is, hopefully, we're going to do like a big long season of that, so that you can have double the content, maybe just in slightly different ways. And then the book club, I'm doing all of this now. I feel like I should split it up. The book club, I'm going to be posting the poll for the book choices on Patreon tomorrow or Friday. Today's Wednesday, for the book that we're going to start with. And then I think it's going to be at the end of January is the plan for the first one. So the first one, we're not going to have that long to read it, so I'm just going to be focusing on the smaller books that people have recommended, and then we can dive into that. Pretty certain it's going to be on Zoom at this point, where we can all sit and chat, and that's going to be on Patreon. Anybody in any tier is also able to get that, even if it's just like the lowest tier. You will also have access to the podcast episodes early, as well as extra Sabbath, tarot, and astrology videos. So that's all over on there, but that's sort of how I'm hoping it's gonna go. We'll see. Let's have a look-see. I regularly pull oracle cards, but recently when I've shuffled, no one card suggests itself to me. It always did previously. What can I do? What does this mean? Wishing you a cool Yule hearth. Oh, thank you so much. I hope you have an amazing time too. So, when it comes to divination, tarot, oracle, Lenormand, whatever it is that you're working with, if it's card-based, you may find, as in this instance, as within my own readings, that if you're shuffling, cards will start jumping out to you. Now, this could be that you feel this gut instinct to stop. So like you've been shuffling and all of a sudden it's like, whoa, I physically don't want to continue this shuffle. And so you would stop there, you would take the card off, and you would read from there. In some cases, the cards literally jump out at you. They come like flying out of the deck, left, right, and center. This might be 1, this might be 2, this might be 10. I will, though, warn against very aggressive shuffling, because sometimes that allows them to like fire out simply because you've like hit the deck funny and it's like flicked loads of cards in the opposite direction. But this is usually the cards that want to be read, and the order in which they come out and the order in which they fall is typically the way they want to be read. So if you have 1, 2 and a third one that lands sideways, then you would perhaps want to read 1, 2 and then read that third one sideways as well, because that may give an indication for how that reading is going to go going forwards. Now, in all of this, sometimes it might just stop. And you might be thinking, what have I done wrong? What's happening? Like, I used to be able to read effortlessly and now I'm really struggling. And it can be any number of things. So the first one is perhaps if you had a guide that was working with you for readings, perhaps that guide feels that you are no longer needing them anymore. And so they might be stepping back from those readings, and in which case you may well find that your readings are going to start feeling a little bit different because you've always done it with a guide who's been literally pulling things out for you, and now that guide isn't there anymore. You may find that it is because the energy just isn't heightened enough. So maybe that deck is saying, okay, I don't really have enough energy to be doing it the way that I would normally do it. So you might want to energize that deck, put a piece of quartz on top of it to try and magnify that energy a little bit so that it feels as though it has the energy to be putting things out. It may be that the deck is saying that at the minute, I don't want to be doing any readings. So it could be that the deck is saying, okay, right now, I am not for reading. Perhaps your time with that deck has come to an end and it's time to find another one. And then eventually, in a couple of weeks, months, years, you might find that that deck comes back into circulation again. It could be that you are essentially subconsciously putting a stop to readings because you don't necessarily, well, your energy doesn't necessarily feel as though you should, or well, I suppose should is the best word, be doing those readings at that time. So maybe energetically you can't do those readings because your energy is quite low, or your energy is saying that you shouldn't really be doing readings at this time. Maybe you instead need to relax. Maybe you need to take some time to focus on readings that have previously gone by. So there's a lot of different sort of reasons for this. I would say start with super duper simple solutions. So if cards are no longer jumping out to you, are they coming through to you in a slightly different way? So if you were to shuffle a deck as you normally would and then like fan them out, when you hold your hand over those cards, move them across the deck like this. And if one of them stands out, pull that out, put it to one side, go back, start at the beginning again, all the way over. This one stands out, okay, we're going to grab that's going to be number 2, and do it that way as a way of sensing if you're feeling anything from that deck. If you are, then continue doing your readings either that way, or you can do it the shuffle method where you're shuffling. Oh, I feel like I need to stop. Okay, I'm going to stop here. That's one card. Do I need to continue? Do I need to take any more? No? Okay, I'll keep shuffling. And then when you feel the need to stop again, you stop. Do I need to take this card? Yes. Do I need to take the next one? Yes. Okay. So you can do it those ways. If you're still getting things, totally fine. You can just continue on. It may well be that just the technique has slightly changed. Maybe a guide has just sort of taken a step back, and so the techniques are going to slightly change. If you're putting your hand over a deck of cards like this and you are getting nothing, absolutely nothing at all, then it's a case of saying, okay, well, let's figure out what the cause of this is. Close that deck back up again, give it a shuffle, put a piece of quartz on top of it, leave it. Leave it alone for a day, 2 days, come back to it again, lay it all out, see if you can feel anything. If you can't, then it's not an energy issue with the deck. Close the deck up again, put some other objects out, plants, crystals, whatever it is that you can sense energy from fairly easily, and put your hands over things, see if you can sense energy changing. If you can, then it's not your energy sensing and it's not your ability to necessarily connect with a deck. Instead, it's more that the deck simply doesn't want to be worked with at that given time, in which case you may want to close that deck up, try a different deck, see if a different deck is going to work better for you. If it does, then it's the deck saying, at the moment, I don't want to be worked with right now. Now, the alternative to all this, okay, is if you've gone over the deck and you're not getting anything, and you put it to one side, and you go to things that you normally sense energy of, and you are sensing it, and then you go and you try and sense from another deck, and it's saying, nuh-uh, no energy here either. That then is a sign that It is your energy that is saying, I'm not reading right now. Now, whether that is a blockage, in which case you can always do some meditation on that. You can always reconnect with the earth. Try to do a cleanse, whether this is a bath cleanse, a shower cleanse, a smoke cleanse, a sound cleanse, something. Cleanse yourself to see if there's any easy to shake up energies and blockages. Try again. It may also be a case that at the moment, you are needing to focus on previous readings or other things in your life. And in which case you can always ask, if this is, if this is something I need to be focusing in on instead, can you give me a sign that that's the case? And you may well get something through either with the deck, like you might just get a single card come through and that's it. You then cut off again. That is literally just saying like you need to work on balance, or you need to work on friendships, or something that it's expecting you to work on before you come back and do more readings. I'm not sure if any of that is helpful, but I'm hoping that that is perhaps a little bit of an explanation. Obviously, there's probably far more reasons why this might be happening, but those are the ones that I find to be the most common anyway in people that I've spoken to. Right. Bum, bum, ba-dum, bum, bum. Okay, I'm gonna do this one mostly because it makes sense in the context. Would you recommend buying a cheap deck just to practice, or spend a little more on a nicer deck and learn from it? Okay, so collating my thoughts. Hang on. Ultimately, it depends on your connection. So, for instance, my most used deck probably of all time is the Rider-Waite-Smith deck. I got it as just, well, my story for it is I was using the Wild Unknown Tarot. That's the first deck that I purchased that was a full tarot deck. I got it, I don't think I got it off Kickstarter, but I got it from Kim Cran's website, like at the very start. It's one of the first ones that she released. It's not the new version, it's like the original version from her website. And I loved that deck. I still love that deck, but I was really struggling. I would get really good readings for other people. I could not get a single reading for myself. So I went, okay, you know what I'm going to do? I am going to learn to read tarot from the Rider-Waite-Smith, because all of the books that I had were Rider-Waite-Smith books. So I bought a really cheap deck of Rider-Waite-Smith tarot, really cheap. And I got it and I started using it and I cut the corners off. It has become my most used deck of all time, because I find it so easy to read. It's effortless. It's a really cheap deck, really, really generic in many ways. A lot of people skip over the Rider-Waite-Smith deck because they think it's too boring. They want something more unique, something different. But for me, it's been the best deck I've ever purchased. But for other people, they might buy the Rider-Waite-Smith deck, decide that they hate it, and actually connect much, much more to a crazy, super duper expensive deck that they found on Kickstarter. Ultimately, it's going to depend on what you resonate with the most and what you need from a deck of cards. So most decks will come with at least a fold-out paper pamphlet. It's the best way I can describe it. It's like, you know, in medicine boxes, they have like that sheet of paper. That's basically what the really, really cheap decks will come with. They come with this black and white paper pamphlet. Sometimes it's written in about 50 different languages, so it's like absolutely huge. And it tells you what each of the cards means. Sometimes it might give you a few spreads that you can use, and that's about it, right? But a lot of these more affordable decks are based very, very closely on the Rider-Waite-Smith system. Some of the best examples I can give are the Rider-Waite-Smith deck and also the Wheel of the Year Tarot. That's the one that I use on Patreon for my Sabbath readings. That deck just comes with a giant pamphlet and it's very closely based on the Rider-Waite-Smith. So any book that you get that's based on the Rider-Waite-Smith will work for these decks. As soon as you go into more unusual decks, they will often come with their own book, and sometimes it's a full colour guidebook that comes inside with the meaning behind the artworks, the meaning behind each of the cards, why it was created, how it was created, different spreads, the way that the creator wants you to use that deck. So you can learn from one of those books. But it does mean that if you then decide to change decks and the imagery is incredibly different, that they're not necessarily going to align. And so ultimately it's going to depend on whether you feel drawn to a particular deck and also whether you want to be learning tarot as a transferable system or whether you like doing your readings intuitively. You can merge the two together, so you can do intuitive readings with the Rider-Waite-Smith symbolism, the numerology, the colour theory, all of that kind of stuff. You can merge them together, but what you choose is very, very personal, because if you want to read intuitively and you do not care about any of the numerology, the colour symbols, anything, literally pick whichever deck you feel drawn to. Whether it be a deck on fairies or a deck on flowers, the ocean. I mean, on my website, I sell so many different decks. When we go to the events, I have such a variety because there are so many incredibly unusual decks. One of my favorite ones that came out, I think it was last year, was it was a Tarot of the Unexplained, and it was like alien abductions, Wolfman, Bigfoot. It was just so, so cool. It's very loosely based on a system, but if you want to read intuitively and you prefer just having the artwork of this particular deck, go for that. I would always, though, recommend, if you are new to tarot, you can get that crazy expensive deck if you want to. Try reading from a Rider-Waite-Smith deck as well, beforehand, whatever, just as training wheels. I got it mostly because I wanted to learn and I thought it was an easy deck, that it wouldn't matter if I damaged it, because if I damage the deck, I can just go out and get another one and it's not going to break the bank. Whereas if I were to damage a deck that's like 50, 60 pounds, that's a massive thing to then have to replace afterwards. So that was a lot of talking for me to say, choose whatever you fancy. But there is like, there's more that goes behind that. Like, yes, choose what you fancy, but like, it has to fit in with the way that you want to read. Also, bear in mind that not all decks are based on the Rider-Waite-Smith system. The majority of them are, but not all of them. And so it's important to double check, because I have a deck in my collection that is actually, it's more like a cartomancy deck. Now, technically, all card reading is cartomancy, but I mean, it doesn't have the major arcana. It only has the minor arcana in it. Really, really interesting. Just not what I was expecting. There's decks based on the Thoth deck. It has taken me how many years? And I think I finally discovered how to say Thoth. I think it's Thoth. Guarantee I will have said it wrong like 1,000 times. Right. Oh no, it jumped. Okay, I've got to scroll. Here we are. Let's have a look, see, where am I? I am... Okay, here we go. So I lit a black candle asking my siblings on the other side for protection. After 10 minutes, the flame flickered for 5 seconds, then abruptly turned off. Do you believe they said yes? Ooh, okay. So this is an interesting one. So I'm going to start this off by saying that I am not going to definitively say one way or another, because there's a lot more that's going to go into this dynamic, this connection, than simply my opinion on it and what happens with this candle flame, right? I can only go off the way that I read my candle flames when I'm doing my communications, my spellwork, my rituals. So for me, steady candle flame, really, really good. It is consistent. The energy is very balanced. It's not fighting against anything. It's quite beautiful, streamlined, ideally what you want, right? If it burns really, really low, this is struggling to gain traction. So whether it is that there's something in its way that it can't get through, I will get onto more of that in a minute though, or whether it simply doesn't have the energy to do what you need it to do, it will slowly start to diminish and fade, and then it'll just putter out and die. If it has completed what it needs to achieve, it will often put itself out. And no matter how many times you relight it, it still won't relight. And often what you will find is if you then start another candle for the same purpose, it will just instantly put itself out. If it burns super duper tall, really, 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 really tall, you're talking about something that has a lot of energy in it, and perhaps it's going to speed that working up. So it is burning very bright. It is burning a lot of energy up really, really quickly. It could be that the energy you've put in is almost too much for the working, or that you were expecting problems and you ended up not really having any, and so it's burning really rapidly towards your goals. When you start getting to shaking, shivering, or smoking flames, that's where you're going to want to be looking for potential reasons. So a flame that is doing this, or a flame that is sort of like, not sure how I feel about this, is usually coming against conflict. So that might be that there is something in the way of achieving your goal and it's struggling really, really hard to fight through it. And it is like trying and trying and trying and trying and trying. And what happens next is really the determining factor for how that working has gone. If it then burns really clear and solid, perhaps it goes really, really high, it's pushed past those boundaries and is able to achieve what it is that you set out. If it splutters itself out, then it's really struggled doing that and the energy isn't enough to go against what it is that it's fighting against. If it starts smoking, then that's often a sign that it's burning away unwanted things in that situation that needs to be cleared out. Now, I want to thoroughly clarify here that these things can all be a symptom of certain candles. And I feel the real need to push that because not everything is going to be a sign. And sometimes things do just happen for a reason. And that being a physical reason, like something in the chemical makeup of that candle. So firstly, I feel like I need to go over it just in case. If a candle in a glass jar goes out by itself, or even a candle, quite a large candle with a small wick, a little thin wick goes out by itself, it's usually because there's too much wax and it's smothered that wick. So that's just something to bear in mind here. With this, the best way of sort of testing what it is, I will wait. Actually, I won't even wait for it to solidify. You can wait for it to solidify. I will just tip out the excess wax onto a piece of foil, lift the wick up again, allow it to solidify, and then relight it again. If it immediately puts itself out again, then that's caused by something else. But if it stays lit, it's just because the wick got flooded. So look out for candles that are really, really big with like a single little tiny wick in the middle. It will put itself out. If the wax has impurities in it, it may well spark and smoke. If the wick isn't just cotton, if it's got other things in it, often metals, it often smokes and splutters and sparks. If it goes really, really high, it might just be that more wax has been soaked up into that wick and it's given it more fuel to go up. Yeah, big wicks can also produce a lot of smoke, so Yankee candles are notorious for it. They develop this like club on the top of it, and that will pop and it will make loads of smoke and it'll make loads of sparks and it looks very dramatic, but it's not really as dramatic as you might think it is. There's loads of reasons why these things can happen. So I just want to say that in this instance, from my experience doing readings, I often find that flames that shake a lot and then go out are struggling to get a footing in what it is that you're asking for. So this isn't necessarily a sign of, oh, well, I asked and they've refused me. Instead, it may be a case that there is a struggling connection here. Like they're trying, they really want to push through and be able to assist in this regard. That's where that shaking comes from. But they aren't able to make that connection, in which case in this you might want to add some things into your space, if you haven't already, a space where you can have things of representation that will link together the energies to make it easier for them to work on both sides, both physical and in the spirit world. But yeah, just be careful, because Facebook in particular, maybe not so much now, but a couple of years ago was very much, my candle exploded, what happened, like what am I attacked spiritually? And for the most part, it's just that, especially in the tall glass candles, sometimes what can happen is if the wick hasn't been held like perfectly straight and instead it bends at an angle like this, so it's dead close to the glass, when it heats up, it blows the side out of that glass candle, and people can sometimes think that they're being attacked by demons and stuff, when in reality it's just the physics of what's happened there. The glass has just gotten too hot too quickly, there's been a fracture in it or a weakness, and poof, your candle will just explode, and it's super dramatic. Like super duper. Right, let's have a look. See, where am I? What's the best spell during Yule? So I actually have a video that I'm planning on putting out this week. Fingers crossed I get it back in time. All about Yule. But really, I'm going to answer this question with another question, which if you've been in my live streams before, you will know happens a lot. Is what is it that you're doing a working for? Because I suppose that's the big decision maker here, because there are so many different energies that you can connect with during the Yuletide season, and ultimately the ones that you choose to do or not do is going to very heavily, I've got the hiccups so bad, it's going to really heavily depend on what it is that you want to achieve. So if you would like love or abundance or good fortune, you want to work with solar energy, maybe you want to work with energies and deities that are particularly connected with the Yule season, like the Holly King and the Oak King, then that's really the best thing that you can be doing this Yule, is focusing on those things. If you don't need to work on prosperity or preserving things or protection magic, then that's not necessarily something that you are going to need to focus on. The best thing to do is the thing that is most significant for you. Let's have a look, see. Oh, this is a big question. And it's really going to depend on what you resonate with. So what are some protection spells for the home, for loved ones, traveling, or for themselves in general? So there's a lot going on here. I have, in the Yule video, which I might be posting tomorrow if I'm lucky, I do a protection spell bag, which is probably one of the easiest things to do that covers all of those categories. It perhaps isn't as intensive as some of the protection magic out there, but it is adaptable, right? So you can do them remotely, or you can have them be on the particular person who that protection is for. So if you do it remotely, you're going to want a tag lock of that person, some of their hair, nail clippings, photograph, date of birth, that kind of thing going into that bag. If they're going to be carrying it around, you don't need any of that. So then you just add in items that represent who you are, what your style of protection is. I read a question at the same time and just merged them together. So for me, I will use a lot of nettle, I will use a lot of oak bark. You can change things up depending on what you have access to include frankincense and myrrh. You can include things like crystals, stones, things that are connected to the natural world around you. Anything that you resonate with protection, add into that working, blow some life into it, charge it with your energy, seal it shut. You can keep it in the house. You can carry it around you in bags. You can put it on a cord and wear it as a necklace. You can put it in your car. You can give it to somebody else. You can just put it somewhere in your home. It's probably the most flexible form of protection magic that is fairly understandable for people, especially if you are wanting to protect people who maybe don't fully understand the practice. Let's have a look. Where am I? At what point did you feel you were going from beginner to intermediate in your craft? I think it was probably the moment. There's not really like a moment that I remember, but it will probably have been at the point where I felt I no longer needed to double, triple, quadruple check everything before I did things. So like at the very start, I'd be like, okay, what are the exact words? Let me get my Book of Shadows out, and I'd find the page. But one of my original Books of Shadows, the pages don't stay open, so it was like a really, really rigid leather book, and I think it was the first proper Book of Shadows I ever had. Like, this wasn't just a notebook, it wasn't just like a furry, literally my first Book of Shadows was a furry leopard print notebook. It was something else. But my first like proper one was this purple leather book. But the leather was so stiff on it, it wouldn't stay open by itself. So I'd have to like prise it open and like hold it open at all times. And I'd be like, oh my goodness, where's the page gone? It's closed. Oh my God, where's the page? How am I going to remember what the words are? Wait, how many spoonfuls of chamomile did I need? Did I need 2? And this is how I would be, right? And I'd like cast a circle and I'd be like, hang on, I forgot the words for south. Let me find my book. And I was like freaking out, right? Because I'd forgotten exactly word for word what I was meant to be doing. And I think the moment that I realized that I had gone past that beginner stage was when I'd left my book outside of my circle and I'm like, oh, you know what? I actually really can't be bothered to go and get that. I'm just going to do it this way. And at that point, I had figured out why I was saying the things I was saying, why I was using the things that I was doing, not for everything, but for enough for it to be serviceable, right? So then I'd be like, okay, so I don't have my book. That's fine. I can do this my way. And so I would just go through the motions. And it would, if anything, work better than when I was panicking trying to go through the book. And so that's kind of the moment where I went, okay, hang on a minute. Maybe I've actually moved past that like beginner phase, and I'm actually starting to get to a point where I would start looking into things that are a little bit more than just another beginner book. I also think that one thing that's a really good measure for it, that I think anybody is going to be able to recognize, is if you are reading your 15th, 20th beginner witchcraft book and you get to the point where you're like, at first you'll be like, oh my God, I've got to take this all in. Let me write 1,000 notes. Okay, what's this? Oh, I have to remember that. Let me take some more notes. And you get to the point where you're like, okay, I know that. Okay, hang on, what chapter am I even on? Okay, I need to go to this chapter. And you get to the point where you start like skipping through beginner witchcraft books because you're like, yeah, blah, 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 I know this bit. Okay, what about this bit? No, I'm fine with actually what I'm doing. And you end up getting to the point where maybe 30% of that book is usable and the rest of it is stuff you already know. That's the point, I think, where you can say, okay, maybe I need to be taking this a step up and I need to be looking at something a little bit more detailed, a book on a particular topic. So say, for instance, you're flicking through this. I mean, just a few examples would say be, here we go, spells and poppets, time and spells, distance and spellwork, materials, and you're like, okay, herbs, incense, candles, yeah, I know this, paper, I know this, intention, preparation, oh, I know all of this stuff. And you get to the point where you're like, you know what, actually, maybe I just want to focus on a book like this. A book on one set topic that you can like dive into instead of a book that's like bitty. Because I think you'll get to a point where bitty books are not that engaging anymore. Right, let's see where I am. What is something you enjoy doing in your practice for the winter? Or perhaps just something that feels magical? So for me, it is fire. Fire! I am that person. I'm obsessed with water and I'm obsessed with fire. I am I have very conflicting energy going on. And I find, especially around Yule, that fiery energy is really the thing that keeps me going when I'm feeling a little bit low. I mean, you guys know me by now. Most of my workings, I would go as far as to say, like, okay, maybe not as much as I was immediately thinking. I was immediately going to go, 90% of my workings are candle magic. And then I went, hang on a minute, but there is stuff that I do that isn't like spell work. It's magical practice, but it isn't like a spell. So if we're talking spells, like 90% of my magical practice involves fire in some way, shape or form. When I'm doing magical work, this could be like working with trees and stuff, it's less than that. But I do think that as humans, I touched my fringe and ruined it anyway, I do think that as humans, we have this weird thing with fire, right? Because I don't know who else has family members that go, oh, it's getting a bit nippy outside, I'll light a candle. We have this weird thing as humans, which really isn't that weird when you actually think about it, that we love connecting and working with and having tiny controlled fire around us when it goes cold and dark. And it does totally make sense. historically speaking, if it's really cold outside, you run the risk of freezing to death, and you don't want to do that. Therefore, fire is something that you focus on during the winter months. But nowadays, when the majority of people are in an environment where they are able to control their temperature, whether that is through radiators, a fire, whatever it may be, we don't necessarily need it the same. But still, everybody I know is like, oh, it's getting towards winter, I'll light a candle. And so for me, that's the thing that feels very, very magical, is when it's cold and it's dark outside and I can dress some candles and I can put some oils on them and put some herbs on them and I can light them. And there's just in the background, just like crackling and fizzing, and it's just really, really satisfying. It's so simple, but it's something that I do feel I have a real thing for fire, which I promise I'm not a pyromaniac, okay? I promise I'm not. It's just within witchcraft, I find it great. Okay, let's have a look. See, have you read Cunning Words by Marshall? So good. I bought his next one. I like you sitting where you are now. Okay, I am thinking I'm probably going to stay here, to be honest, because this is easier with this setup, I think. So, I actually haven't read it. Is it Cunning Words and... No, I'm not going to say what I'm thinking it is in case it's wrong, so I'm going to look it up, okay? I'm going to look it up. Okay. I've typed it in. Is it the Red Mother? Let me just double check. Okay, it is. Okay, I'm like, if I say it's something totally different, then I'm going to be embarrassed. Yeah, the Red Mother, Cunning Words Collection, Volume 2. I actually haven't. They are 2 books that I really want to get into my collection. I will probably be adding them in the next year, but I haven't read them yet. But I've heard great things about it, and so I feel like I need to connect it. How is Cleo doing? How old is she now? So Cleo just turned 6 months old, and she has grown so much. I don't think she's gonna get much bigger, to be honest, because over the last maybe like 2 months, she's not really grown that much. She's long, but she's not super tall. And she is adorable. Crate training failed. But you know what? I love her so much. I don't even care. She's adorable. She's currently having the time of her life at my dad's because he just plays ball with her all of the time. She's like, Granddad, throw the ball, throw the ball, throw the ball, throw the ball. She's adorable. So, yeah, she is thoroughly sausage shaped now. Like, there was no mistaking it. Like, at the start, you could maybe think that she was a Cocker Spaniel because she had that kind of face and the curly ears. Now, she's like proper sausage. And she's so cute. Right, let's have a look, see. What is the most powerful spell you've ever done? Mine is where I literally saw the stars start swimming and the night sky actually lit up. Oh, that's so cool. I don't necessarily think I know the most powerful spell that I've ever done. Mostly because I don't think I do anything with that much energy, if that makes sense. I tend to aim my workings at being low and slow. Like, gentle release of energy over a longer period of time, just because I struggle with change. And so I like things that, like, ease me into it a little bit. But that's really, really cool, though. I'm trying to think what would have been my most powerful spell. It will have probably been one of the outdoor ones, to be honest, because there's something about doing workings outside that are just, there's something about it. So where I used to live, you could walk out to this beautiful, like, woodland, grassy area. It's sort of partially woodland, partially grassy, and it goes down to the sea. And it was this intense liminal space. And it was just an incredible place to do workings because you set foot on this land and it just vibrated with energy because it was a very energetic place to start off with. Loads of people had done spells and rituals there. And then you've got that liminality, that space was incredible for doing workings in. You could like feel the energy in like a visceral, physical way. So I think it's got to be something outdoors like that. But honestly, I really don't remember, probably because I've now done so many like little things, and I've forgotten to write so much down that it just sort of gets lost. So if nothing else, please write things down. Don't do what I did and forget, because you will regret it later. Let's have a look. See, our dogs hated their crates. They needed to wander the house and protect us from stray air currents. Yeah, Cleo is a stage 2 clinger. She has to be touching you at all times. Like, she can be by herself, so like she'll go into her crate and she will sleep during the day in her crate. Fine, no problem. But if she's like next to you, she has to be like next to you. Like, I think she'd probably lie on your face if she had the opportunity to do that. She will like pin you down and lick your nose just like for hours on end. And her favorite thing is like to be it could just be a toe. She has to have a toe touching you at all times. She is the cutest thing known to mankind, though she is a little monster. She has started ripping her toys apart. She goes for the eyes first. So you have to watch her like a hawk, because she's like ripping the eyes out of everything that she can get hold of, and then before you know it, it's stuffing everywhere. So really, we can't give her nice things, because she will instantaneously destroy them. Let's have a look. See, have you attended the Festival for Witches and Pagans in Coventry? I actually haven't. I'm new to the craft, just ordered tickets, tad nervous. I've always wanted to go. I say always, it's not been running for that long, but for the last couple of years, I've really, really, really wanted to go. And I've just never had the opportunity, because usually I'm always showing at a different event. And so I've never gone, and I really, really, really want to go. So maybe next year, like next time the tickets are available, I'll get some and I'll actually have a chance to go. I want to start learning about witchcraft. What's the best book to start reading? So I actually have an entire video called Beginner Witchcraft Books on the channel that I would recommend watching, just because it gives so many options depending on the style of practice that you want to be going into, because traditional witchcraft will be different than modern witchcraft will be different to Wiccan witchcraft, etc. So that's probably the best video to watch for that. The general sort of bare basic thing that I typically recommend for anybody is to read Psychic Witch by Matt Oren, just because it gives a good basis for all paths that sort of come off of it. But if you want something more specific, that video is the best place to go. Okay, I'm just curious what you think of Reiki. I nearly trained in Reiki about 10 years ago now, and I ended up not, and that's not because I don't think it's good or that I don't think that it is something that you should look into. It's more just that it's not my path, you know? Somebody said, oh, you'd be really good at Reiki healing, and I'm like, it sounds good on paper, but I just don't think it's for me. I've met loads of people who are very, very talented at Reiki and really enjoy it and find it incredibly fulfilling. I feel like in these videos I'm always a Debbie Downer, and I'm always coming up with some reason why people shouldn't do things, but it's not that. I think that if Reiki is something that really stands out to you and you've done a bit of research and it's really something you want to look into, it can be a beautiful and engaging practice for so many people. It saves people in their spiritual lives when they really don't know what to do and they feel connected to this, and immediately it just clicks, and it helps so many people every single year. Here's the but. There's always a but. But as with some aspects of the magical community, I want to emphasize some, not all. You do need to be careful, because some people are doing Reiki courses that are not really Reiki courses. They just know that it's really, really popular and that people want to do it. And be careful to check people's credentials, because some people, emphasis on some, not all, have a way of, they want to collect accolades. So they will like pop up out of nowhere and you've never heard of them before, and they'll be like, oh, I'm a level 4 Reiki healer, and I'm a level 3 this, and a level 2 that, and I'm trained in this and that and the other. So I think it's just important to always look into people to make sure if you are going for Reiki training or Reiki healing, that they have a good stance in the community, and that they want the best for the people around them, not just to line their pockets. That applies to everything though. The same happens within Wicca, the same happens within witchcraft, the same happens in like any practice out there. You will find people like that, but just be careful. Right, let's have a look. See, I am somewhere. Ooh, oh, sorry. I'm reading this without actually reading it out loud, and I'm just real time reacting to this. Oh, I came across a spell to help win a court case. It contains salt, iron nails, black candle, a match, and something else. Couldn't tell if it was a spoon or a mirror. Any suggestions? Well, just based off that list, I'm going to assume it's a mirror, because all of those things are designed to repel and to protect. So iron nails are commonly used for protection style workings, sort of twofold. So you can use them to stake protection magic into the earth, like if you're doing like protection for a property, you use it to stake into the ground. But iron is most commonly favoured as being a protection against earthbound spirits. That includes many members of the Fae, but not all. Particularly higher Fae are less affected by iron than what are known as the lesser Fae or lower Fae. Higher Fae, being the Seelie and Unseelie courts, seem to be less impacted by Fae than the individual or lower Fae. I don't really like the terms higher and lower, but that's just typically what's used. Salt is used to repel unwanted energies, to disrupt spirits, to stop attachments from occurring. Mirrors are used to deflect unwanted energies back again. Black candles are for protective. They're often used for concealing and shielding, hence the black colour. Matches, I'm assuming, is just to light the black candle. But this one is actually kind of unusual, because these are not things that I would typically expect to see in a court case spell. So typically what I would expect to be seeing are blue candles, or the colour blue somewhere for communication, clear communication, gold or yellow for success and victory. I would also, in some cases, prosperity as well, depending on what it is that you're going in for. Brown is also really commonly used because it helps to ground things. So things aren't in maybes or perhaps or he said, she said. They're more grounded in something physical and real. This, though, very much feels like a protection spell that has been applied into a court case situation, because all of these things are used to deflect or defend against. So I'm assuming in this it would be that you are defending against the words of another person or the beliefs of another person, and you are perhaps repelling their behavior back on them again, especially with the incorporation of a mirror in this. You are looking at sort of repelling their own reflection back at them again. So perhaps they are almost, what is the word? It's when you are putting your own thoughts and feelings onto another person as though they are the ones that are doing it instead of you. There's a particular word and it's like, poof, gone. You are. I cannot remember what it's called. I'm sure my chat is going to be full of it in a minute. Projection. That's the word I was after. You're projecting onto somebody. So I knew it would be flooded with it. Yeah, you're projecting onto somebody. So instead of having that occurring in that environment, instead they're able to see the wrongs that they have committed. You are protecting yourself whilst showing them their true self back at them again. It's actually a really unusual thing that I would expect in a protection style, in a court case style working. It's something I'd expect really commonly in a protection working. So yeah, that's a really interesting one. I'd love to know where that came from. If you have any idea, feel free to let me know, because then I can look more into it. But yeah, interesting. Could you suggest, or could you recommend a simple graveside spell for a beginner to honour my mother? Will be my first Yule without her, and I'd like to honour her on Mother's Night, December 20th. Roses, ? Yeah, you can do roses, especially white roses in particular are used for general work with roses, but they're also very pure and very clear, and I don't know how else to describe it other than like yellow roses are often for friendship and red roses are often for love. White roses tend to be very universal, and that makes them really good as offerings. If possible, you can light a single tea light. Perhaps if communion is something that you feel particularly drawn to, then that's something that you could be doing, even if the goal is not to commune, but just to talk, just to share the things that have been happening in your life that you've not been able to tell her. Just sit with a lit candle and just talk into it, because fire and smoke are phenomenal ways of transferring things into the spirit world. And so it gives the ability to have a place where you can commune, especially on a significant night like that. It's really, really simple. It's not overly unusual, I want to say. Like, I think if you were to set up, say, a large ritual, people would perhaps be looking at you rather strangely. Whereas a single candle, as long as it's kept secure in a lantern, they're usually accepted, as well as flowers and the like, so that you can have that moment. If you do scry, you can do some scrying there to help commune back and forth as well, if that's something that you feel particularly drawn to. But with a candle, it is not only an honouring, it is an offering too. It is a respect of symbol, and it can also be used as a way of transferring thoughts and feelings into the spirit world as well. I desperately need to see some videos of your papa. So I actually, has that light been flickering this entire time? Or has that just started? I don't remember seeing that earlier. I don't know. Anyway, one of the previous videos, I don't know which one it is. Would it have been the October book releases? So the first week of October. She's in that one. And there's going to be a little clip of her in the Yule video as well that I'm just finishing up. I have no idea how to fix that. Oh no. Yes, please do so. Yes, please do. So good is the Red Mother, Brill. Oh, thank you so much. I will have to go and get the Red Mother now. I have to. I've heard such great things about it that I need to just bite the bullet and just do it. It's just, I said I wasn't going to buy any more books. That's why I've not been to Glastonbury is so long. But I need to get some more books, and I think that's going to definitely be on the list. Right, let's have a look. See, where am I? Ooh, interesting. Do you have any book recommendations on scrying with a crystal ball? Yes. The problem is I don't know where I put it. So, hang on. Un momento, por favor. Let's see if I can find it. It is, there's a bag there. It is a purple book. Watch me not be able to find it now at all. Where have I put it? I know it's here somewhere. Somewhere. It's purple. Oh no. Okay, what I will have to do is try and... No, wait, I think I found it. Hang on. This one. Oh. I found it. Okay. Hello. Sorry about that. I totally lost it. So, this is the book that I was thinking of. I'm gonna have to double check whether it actually has anything in it that I need to relate back to. But okay, I will get both of them, and then I will start with the first one, and then I will move on to the other one, because I think that is the only real way to read these books. So this is Scrying the Secrets of the Future, How to Use Crystal Balls, Fire, Wax, Mirrors, Shadows and Spirit Guides to Reveal Your Destiny. This one, Scrying the Secrets of the Future by Cassandra Eason. Now, I'm hoping that this one is still in print. I will actually check so that you guys don't have to, because I know how it sucks to really want a book and then find out it's out of print. Okay, let's have a look-see. Scrying the Secrets of the Future by Cassandra Eason. Right. Oh no, that doesn't look good. Is it out of print? No, it can't be. There's no way. I didn't get this. No, it isn't. Haha, okay, found it. So it is still available. You can get it on Kindle and you can get it in paperback as well. It's not overly expensive. But yeah, it goes over so many things. So it says, one of the most ancient ways of predicting the future, scrying, is as relevant a tool today as it was when our distant ancestors gazed into pools by moonlight to locate the herds, and just as important. Learn how to interpret images in many forms, including wax, herbs and oils, on water, crystal balls and candles, and shadows and dark mirrors. Explore additional techniques of clairaudience, psychic hearing and clairsentience, and psychic impressions to make your scrying multi-dimensional. Discover how to prepare yourself physically, find the best scrying tools and empower them for you, and ensure that you are protected spiritually as you work and close down your psychic energies after divination. So that is this one. I haven't had a chance to fully go through this. I'm definitely going to. I got this from a secondhand shop, and I was just, I had no idea that Cassandra Eason had ever written a book so specific. I'm going to be honest, because I've noticed that a lot of Cassandra Eason's books recently, I'm actually, before I say anything, I'm going to double check, have been very like, Witchcraft 101, Love Spells 101. I want to emphasize here, that's not necessarily a negative. It's more just that's what I expect from Cassandra Eason now, and that's not necessarily going to be for the same person who wants a detailed book on scrying. You know, like, normally you expect an author to kind of pick a style and then stick to it, but Cassandra Eason seems like she's flexed and changed as people have wanted different things. So I was totally not expecting a book like this. The author of 1001 Spells, the complete book of everyday purpose, which was the big book that was super popular during 2020, you know, the purple book with the sun and the moon on the front of it, that's by Cassandra Eason as well. So I was not expecting to find this, but it's worth checking it out to see. I'll actually double check, because you want specifically crystal balls. Yes, crystal balls. Let's just see. Scrying with Crystal Balls is chapter 12, 201. Let's have a look, see. Here we go. 201. In this chapter, I will focus on using clear quartz crystal spheres that are the best for scrying. I will also describe working with other transparent or semi-transparent crystals such as amethyst. I will also deal with opaque spheres and eggs, along with shadow scrying in chapter 14. So it goes over some of the history, like 16th century alchemist and philosopher Paracelsus, 1493 to 1541. As well as the way that they have been perceived in China and Japan, as well as in Greece and Greek legend, including Hercules from Mount Olympus, like the throwing of a crystal ball. So it covers like a good range of stuff by the sounds of it. It's not just like, this is what a crystal ball is. Instead, it's like, here's some of the history of it that you probably didn't already realize and why they're considered significant. So this is actually not what I was expecting from Cassandra Eason, so I need to look up more of the earlier works. I think this one was 2006. Let me just double check, because that might be stuff you would want to look into if you also want to sort of get earlier than her like more recent stuff. 2007. So yeah, that's one that's maybe worth checking out. If anybody else has any recommendations for crystal ball scrying, feel free to put them down in the chat as well. Right, let's have a look, see. Oh, I also haven't mentioned it in a while, but if you have any questions for the live stream, if you could put them in the Q&A bar, like tab at the top, that would be amazing, just to make sure that all of the questions end up in the same place so I don't accidentally miss any of them. Let's have a look, see. The last full moon was the same as my sun sign, and it really knocked me sideways. I was wondering if that was common or if I was the exception. Okay, so I think it's going to depend on the person in this, but there's definitely something to be said about having two conflicting energies sort of lining up in this regard. So the placement of the sun in our natal chart is really significant. It's where our zodiac sign comes from, but it isn't the only influence that we have. I know that at the moment it's sun, moon, rising is really, really significant. Some people also refer it to as sun, moon, ascending. Those three are typically the ones that are the big sort of powerhouses when it comes to who we are as people and how people perceive us, especially with that rising or ascending sign. But depending on who you are, having a moon which is very, very emotionally driven for a lot of people in your sun sign can be conflicting. It can be very emotional. It's sometimes not a great time depending on who you are as a person, how well you deal with things. So for me, if the full moon is in Cancer, I am a Cancer, everything is very emotional. But I'm a Cancer. I will cry at anything. And so for me, that's just sort of by the by, right? I can just sort of suck it up and deal with it because I'm sort of used to it. But if you are perhaps a little bit less accustomed to not to energies, but to emotional energies, say if you're a Scorpio that really struggles to process emotions, and then the moon is in Scorpio, you have a lot of that heightened energy going on, especially surrounding emotions, which can really trigger a lot of discomfort during that time. So ultimately, it's not that it's super common and it's not that it's super rare. It very much depends on how the individual person is sensitive to energies, as well as how they are influenced by things. So some people, super sensitive, super highly influenced. Other people, super sensitive, but nothing really touches them. So they can feel that it's there, but they don't really get affected by it. Some people are so sensitive to it and are so affected by it that that's when you start needing to put in additional protections or additional support into place to make sure that you aren't overdoing it during that time. Right, let's have a look, see, where am I? I'm somewhere over here. What's the wildest thing you've ever gotten in your PO box? If you're comfortable sharing and YouTube won't be mad at it. Oh, okay. So like I've had some weird things in the PO box. I don't know how much. Okay, I will be very, very vague on some of these things. One of them is bodily fluids on pieces of fabric that I'm pretty certain you're not meant to send in the post. It's like a serious health and safety hazard. That was a bit. It's a bit alarming when that happens. I think the weirdest thing that I ever received was I once got a doxing threat via the letter. I was going to say text message. I once got a doxing threat via a letter, which is like, why have you taken so much time to? That's just weird, and illegal, by the way, seriously illegal. So why? And then I got one once that was like this really, really long letter asking me for the address of another witch in the YouTube witchcraft community. That was really scary. More because it's like, one, why would I know? Two, why would you think that I would tell you if I did know? And three, why do you want somebody's address? Like home address? yeah, that one was very, very unsettling. And so, yeah, not so nice, that one. But most of the time, things have been absolutely lovely. And I really want to emphasize that point, that I love being able to get like the little letters from people. Like, I really, really loved that part of it, totally. And it makes it so sad that like sometimes you have to like stop something because a few people ruin it for everybody else. I do still have the PO box. It's just that I don't necessarily mention it very much for that exact reason, because I'm sorry, why would you want the irony of it is it irony? I'm not even sure, but the person whose address that they were asking for is somebody that I don't know very well in the magical community. So even if I did know them very well, I'm not sure why you would think that I would give somebody's private address away. That's just scary. So let's have a look. See, I am somewhere over here. Okay, I'm somewhere over here. I think I'm like here. Maybe? Let's go with this. Salt is mentioned a lot being used in spells and rituals, but I've just forgotten how to speak. But I've personally never seen pepper mentioned. What could you use pepper for within witchcraft? So pepper is primarily used as an irritating factor. So you will often find it in workings that are designed to remove things, energies, spirits, people from situations. Pepper is commonly used. This could be black cracked pepper that you would typically use with salt and pepper. It can also be peppers, like hot, spicy peppers, are used for a similar purpose. They are irritating. They're irritating to the noses. They're irritating in the mouth. Like, they are irritating to deal with, and therefore they're often used in workings where you want to stop energies from entering into that space or get rid of energies that are already there. In some cases, they're also used to remove people. So if you want somebody to leave your life quickly, then both hot peppers and black pepper is used for that purpose, to sort of hot step somebody out of your life. In that instance, they can also be used to speed up something. So not all of the time. Caffeine, like coffee beans, are usually used for this, but it's a way of speeding up the process of something. Salt has a much, much longer history than pepper, though, in witchcraft, which is why it is much more commonly spoken of. Let's have a look-see. Okay, do you think that the accused in the witch trials were actually practitioners of folk magic? Sometimes. So when we're looking into the witch trials and the trial records, one thing that always really surprised me was that the wise folk were often allowed to continue their practice untouched. But the witches, those accused of practicing malefic magic, were accused. And I was really thrown off by this dynamic, because you would think that if magic and witchcraft is bad, then all magic and witchcraft would be perceived as being bad. But it wasn't. You had these two forces opposing one another at the same time. You had the wise folk that were directly countering the magic of the witches, and they were often called upon by the local people, who would just 2 minutes later go on to accuse somebody of being a witch. And it's because that perception of what the wise people did for the community and what the witches did for the community were very different things. And so the problem with that is that the line is very, very thin. And often, whether you were accused of being a witch or not, didn't necessarily depend on what you were doing. It more depended on how you were perceived by the local community. So if you were a normal person going about your day-to-day life, there's one case in particular that really stands out to me on this, where a woman was seen by a young boy putting hot coals into a bucket of water just outside her front door, because if you don't want to be leaving hot coals in the fire and you need to be cleaning your fireplace out, what else are you going to do with hot coals? So she took the hot coals and she put it in a bucket of water. And this young boy saw that this woman, who was severely disliked by the community, was putting hot coals in a bucket of water, accused her of practicing witch, accused her of being a practicing witch, and she was brought up onto trial off that one thing alone, not magical related in any way, shape or form. But equally, you had wise folk that were doing their job just fine, but if the community then turned on you, they would accuse you of witchcraft. I think it's a very interesting time period because there are some witch trials that we have accounts of. Now, obviously, it's important to bear in mind that the witch trial records, like the documents of the interviews, were written by people who wanted you to be a witch, right? They wanted to accuse you of witchcraft. And so the language was often not what you would expect an actual practitioner to be saying. There are a lot of people who you can just tell from the trial records had no idea what they were talking about, right? They were saying what they thought their accusers wanted them to hear, basically. So it would be about very vague events that sort of happened because they knew that that is what people were saying. And therefore, if you wanted the torture, which didn't happen in all places but did happen especially on the continent of Europe, that did happen a lot there. If you wanted that to stop, you would be willing to say anything. And so there are many, many records where it's just sort of vaguely mentioning things like the devil or the Sabbath or things like that. But there are some records that are so incredibly detailed, that are so unique from all of the others in the local area, that you are thinking, hang on a minute. I think this one might be different. One of the biggest ones that I can think of off the top of my head is Isabel Gowdy. I know I've mentioned her records quite a lot in the last few months, but it's just so fascinating. Her story and her interview, whatever you want to describe it, it's not really an interview, it's more like prosecution, I suppose, is so different from all of the others because she was saying things that had never been said by anybody before that point. And when you actually look into witchcraft practice, everything aligns with what we have, that we knew people were carrying out, the spells that they were performing. It lines up. So somewhere along the way, there were definitely practitioners, whether you were a baneful practitioner, whether you were a wise folk, that were accused, tried, and in some cases executed of witchcraft. The problem that we have is that we have no idea how many of them were telling the truth and how many weren't, because all it took was one person to say a few things that you'd heard, that you'd read in a pamphlet or something, because they were really popular during this time. Pamphlets were going around talking about witchcraft and the accusation of people tried of witchcraft. And you're seeing these things coming through, and maybe you're hearing whispers that have come from the next village over and the big trial that happened there, and all of a sudden you're being accused of witchcraft for something completely unrelated, and in order to stop the torture you just repeat what was said a village over. So where did the initial information come from? Did the initial information come from a witch? Did the initial information come from somebody who was pushing words into their mouths? How many people were actually witches or not? I think we're never actually going to know, but I think that at least Isabel Gowdy was a real practitioner because her accounts are so vastly different to anything else that we've seen before that point. So yeah, long-winded way of saying some of them, but probably not the majority. What mattered more was not what you did, it was who you were. Right. Oh, okay, yes, I have heard of this. Okay. Did you hear about remote viewing or people that call UFOs with their thoughts? Would be interesting to show the magical point of view of these things. Okay, so remote viewing is really interesting because, as far as I'm aware anyway, remote viewing is the ability to perceive things away from yourself. So it's a little bit like out-of-body experiences, but sometimes it can be over vastly large distances. So a good example would perhaps be if you are already a little bit psychically inclined and you have children that are living a country away, like or on the other side of the world, and all of a sudden you wake up in the middle of the night, but you've not woken up in your own bed. You're actually in a different city. You're looking through somebody else's eyes, seeing something really stressful or really scary happen. And then all of a sudden, once that event is over, you snap back into your own body again. And then you get a phone call from your daughter being like, oh my God, I just witnessed this fight in New York City and I don't know what to do and I'm really stressed about it. And you're like, hang on a minute. I saw that. Like I was there. But I'm here, and it was actually her that saw it. It's that kind of thing where it can be as extreme as that, or it could be just experiencing something or perceiving something that is a distance away from you. Now, one alternative to this is, you know, the experiment that they did, I think it's probably 10, 15 years ago, maybe more, where they were putting in hospitals shelves with images on them facing the ceiling, and they were seeing what people experienced whilst in hospitals, and whether or not, if they experienced near-death experiences, they could tell people what was on these images that was physically impossible for them to see from the bed. Now, in some cases that could be astral projection, in some cases that could be an out-of-body experience, in some cases it could be remote viewing, but it's a really interesting kind of avenue to go down with that. Like, remote viewing is almost a combination between psychic work and astral projection, which I think is really interesting, especially when you see it with people who are perceiving family members. That is like a psychic link to somebody really important to them. Now, when it comes, this is where we go down the rabbit hole, okay, a little bit. So I want to warn you of that right now. We're about to dive down the rabbit hole for just a minute. We'll be back out of it in a second. Calling UFOs with their minds. This has been a really popular thing, particularly on channels like Blaze, the History Channel, Ancient Aliens, things like that. I'm not knocking it. My favorite TV channel is Blaze. Okay? Because I just love like the cryptozoology, the ghosty, spooky ookies. I love that kind of stuff. But, and I know that this ends up coming up in like every single live stream, but I'm still stuck on it. I find it really, really interesting that nowadays we are experiencing alien abductions. We're experiencing connections with extraterrestrials. What were we experiencing 200, 300, 500, 600 years ago? Fair folk abducting people, fair folk coming into people's rooms. There is an entire branch of fairy mythology that perceives spirits as being light beings. They are considered to be beings made of light. And then when we see the alien encounter experiences in the last, 75-ish years, a lot of these experiences is a figure that is surrounded by bright white light. I think it's really interesting, just from a societal perspective, that we seem to have replaced changelings, fairy kidnappings, being kidnapped by the Sidhe, to alien encounters, abductions, and everything like that. And you had people, you still do have people, fairy doctors, fairy witches, who have an innate connection with the fair folk and were believed, I've met some of them myself, they are able to traverse astrally back into from the fairy realm to Elfame, to the other world, and come back again. And there are now people who are saying that they are able to communicate with extraterrestrials and come and go as they please. I just think that's an interesting dynamic. It's not necessarily that I'm saying, oh, people can actually call upon aliens, and I'm not saying that they can't. But I just think that the dynamic is interesting, that we've gone from one form of otherworldly encounter to this new form of extraterrestrial encounter. It seems like the terminology has simply been switched into being something else, because even when we're talking about the fair folk in Elfame, they're believed to cure diseases that we have never heard of because they aren't our diseases to cure. They're believed to have understanding of things that humans have never been able to understand. Like when we look at the crossover between the two, there's a lot of crossover there. And is that our perception of what we are experiencing changing, or is what we are experiencing actually changing? I don't know. It's one of those topics that I find really interesting because we're never really going to know the answer to it. But I think that it has the potential to be like such a really cool like dive into. So aliens aren't real, they're just fairies. Can you imagine all these people going around wearing tin hats thinking that it is it's aliens they need to be worried about when it's actually just the hills, the folk of the hills. Okay, let's have a look. See, I'm somewhere here. Oh, okay. Do you know any books or resources exploring the symbols in tarot cards that goes by individual symbol, not by card? Oh, that's actually a really good point. Okay. I actually don't think I have any in my collection. I will double check. Hang on, una momento. I will try. There's only one book that I think might, emphasis on might, have something in it. And that is, where are Magician's Tables. This one. Hang on. Magician's Tables. Let's have a look at this. So, when we're talking about like the symbolism in tarot cards, it's most commonly like individual cards, as you may well know. You don't very often find like the symbolisms of lobsters or wolves, suns or stars. So if anybody has any recommendations for books that focus on those things, that would be amazing, because I don't think I have any in my collection. The only one that I think it could be is this one. This is the Magician's Tables. I will just flick through though. I wouldn't recommend like just going out and looking for it, because I've got no idea if it will actually have anything in it. Let's have a look to see. So it's got Space and Time, Kabbalah, Tarot. Ooh, Tarot chapter 4. Gods and Goddesses, Colour, Astrological, Medical Astrology, Mineral, Vegetable, Animal, Angels and Demons, Egyptian, Celtic, Ogham, Runes, I Ching, and Plants. But what we need, page 76. Let's have a look, see. This is one I've never read all the way through. I just tend to like bounce into it if I feel I need to at any given moment. So here we go, Tarot Correspondences. So let's have a look, see. Oh, okay, so it actually, okay, I'm going to show you what I'm seeing so you know what I'm looking at here. So this is what I'm seeing. Will it focus on it? It's not going to focus on it. Okay, never mind. We tried. We tried. So we have Crowley's attributions for the tarot deck, Gray's attributions for the suits and the court cards, Gray's expanded associations, tarot and pathworking associations, Arthurian tradition, and that's it. Okay, never mind. That didn't help very much, did it? I don't think I've ever seen a book like that. The only thing I can think of perhaps that could be useful is a book on just general correspondences. So you like numerology for the numbers and different animal representations. That one could be useful just to kind of give an indication. Some people here are saying Signs and Symbols by DK has some overall good information on signs and symbols, but not specifically tarot symbols. And we also have Holistic Tarot by Benabel Wen. It's a very, very thick and comprehensive book, so that could be something to look into. I'm gonna have to see if I can get something in my collection about that, because there are very, very few books that don't just go card by card. They'll be like, here is the information about the Fool and the Hierophant and the Sun, but they never really dive into like the Four or the Crab or the Wolf or, you know, the individual symbols on the cards. Right, let's have a look, see. Where am I? Oh, okay, I'm somewhere. Oh, I'm somewhere. I've already lost myself again. Can you take an old protection charm that has been unused for a while and recharge it? Will it have anywhere near the same amount of power as when you made it, or should you just make a new one? So this is actually kind of an interesting one because it's something that tends to happen a lot, totally by accident. So what will often happen is we have a protection charm that's just kept to one side and we've never really felt we needed it that much, perhaps. Perhaps we needed it at the time and then it just sort of faded away and then we've just sort of not thought about it, and then you go through your cupboards and before you know it, you found a spell bag or a protection bottle that you just totally forgot about. Ultimately, I think it's going to depend on whether you remember what it was used for. Because for general protections, you can definitely recharge it again. What I will say though is you can typically never get it back to as full of a charge as it was initially. So the best way I can kind of describe it, I suppose, is like a battery. Right? So as much as we would love to think that batteries are these eternal things, they're not. So you use a battery, you drain it. When you charge it up again, it's like almost full, but not quite. And then you drain it again and you charge it up and it's not quite as full as it was before. You can reuse your spell bags, spell bottles, things like that over and over and over and over again. But it can never get up to quite as high a level as it was before, at least not in my experience. So if you just know that this was for general protection, give it a recharge, shake it up, give some life back into it. And by that, I mean like literally shake it up if you have the ability to do that. If it's a bottle, give it a shake. If it's a charm, give it a shake. I find that that really helps to like shake up and dust off some of that energy, recharge it again, and you can keep using it. But if it was for something specific, like I would like protection from, but then you've totally forgotten what the rest of it was, you might find that you've added ingredients in that you are not necessarily going to remember that you've added in, or that you don't necessarily know what they are for. And so at that point, then it's a case of taking it apart, cleansing things, and then coming back and starting it anew. Okay, let's have a look. See, I am somewhere over here. Ooh, okay. Wait, I don't remember this one. Let's go with this one. Any recommendations on rituals and manifestation practices to do during the winter solstice? So ultimately, it's going to depend on what you feel the need to do at this time. So the winter solstice is very much about, well, it's about the return of the sun to start off with, the solstice specifically. So in which case, anything that utilizes solar energy is going to be really useful at this time, especially if you can catch it at sunrise. It's a great time to be doing things for attracting things in for the year to come. So if you can't do loads of things at the sunrise, totally understandable. It's probably going to be fairly early. I was going to say early, but then I realized it's not the summer solstice, it's the winter solstice, so not that early. So if you can catch it, you might want to do your workings the night before, like charge all your candles, dress all your candles, whatever it is that you are wanting to do, so that you can set them up to use them at sunrise, whatever that might be, to boost that energy, that attraction, abundance, prosperity energy of the sun into your workings later on. You can also work with the general Yuletide energy, which is often about preservation. So we want to make sure that what we have is going to stick around. You know, whilst we might be at the turning point in the year, for a lot of people, the depths of winter have not arrived yet. I will always say that I think that Christmas and the winter, well, not the winter solstice, because the winter solstice can't move, but I always think the Christmas and Yule are the wrong time of year. Because if you really want to be celebrating that return of good things, do it later. Because January and February for a lot of people is way worse than December. And so it can be about preserving things. You want to make sure that what you have, you continue to have as you're amplifying everything else. So that's another way that you can do it as well. You can utilize that energy for protection workings, for abundance workings in a different way. So it's not necessarily I want more, it's I want this thing to remain being as important as it is right now, kind of a working. And then it's just about choosing what you particularly want to connect with. What can you do to celebrate someone's birthday but they're not on Earth anymore? So a little bit like the honouring of somebody's passing that we spoke about earlier, a really big one is candles. I mean, everybody knows a little bit of witchcraft when they blow out a birthday candle and make a wish. That is because, for the most part anyway, candles, fire, incense as well, are really good at transferring from the physical world to the spiritual world. That transition is very, very powerful. You are changing forms from physical to non-corporeal, as we have gone from physical to non-corporeal. And so that transition into the spirit world means that any words, anything you want to say to somebody, whether you want to say that you miss them, whether you want to talk about your life or ask them questions or things like that, can be done through candles. The honouring of somebody is often done with candles for that exact reason. So that's probably the easiest way to honour somebody, or to go to somewhere that they really, really cared about, somewhere that they loved more than anything else, and just spend some time contemplating and thinking about them and keeping them alive in your heart as well. I love that cup. Oh, thank you so much. For once, I'm not using a mug. How weird is that? It's me. I always use mug. I ice cream out of mugs. To be fair, I think that's genius, okay? Because if you eat ice cream out of mugs, your hand doesn't get cold. But I do have literally everything in a mug. It gets kind of worrying sometimes for people. Soup, mug. Ice cream, mug. Water, mug. Perfect solution. It's like a bowl with a handle. What more could you want? Okay, how do you get to know objects with spirits attached? I recently had a pendant that felt energetic. I gave it away to a collector, but I have another that has better energy. So, are we talking about getting to know the spirits in that object? Or are we talking about figuring out whether the object has a spirit in it? I suppose that's a really big distinction. I don't know if you're even still in the stream. Let me know if you are, and if you can kind of put that in. Let me know and I'll try and get to that in a minute. I just have to say, somebody's just put nachos, mug. Honestly, yeah. Why not? I don't know how to describe it. But if you put things in mugs, everything just disperses better. Like, I don't know, nothing just sinks to the bottom the same. If you put, like, okay, if I love, like, pasta with sweet chili sauce on it, right? It's weird, it's boring. But, okay, if you put that on in a bowl, it just all immediately sinks through everything because there's too much space. But if you put it in a mug, there's not enough space, so it just stays... It just stays compact. I swear, people should use mugs more for things. Anyway, back to spirits. So, I'll be honest, I forgot which one was option 1 and which one was option 2. We're going to be talking about them anyway because I've been asked to talk about them both anyway. So, if we're going with to get to know a spirit that's already in an object. Okay, so in this regard, what we're going to want to be doing is, where possible, because, okay, there's caveats here, okay? Not all spirits that are attached to objects are friendly. It's really important that if you feel particularly uncomfortable in the presence of an object, that you don't push yourself past that level of comfort that you can cope with in order to build a relationship, because that can cause problems. But to the best of our abilities, we're going to want to spend time with that object. And while we're spending time with them, you can start by just having it in the room, right? Seeing how it feels in that room. Are you struggling to focus on the TV? maybe you're noticing that things don't feel quite right, or maybe you feel like you actually can't sit still and you need to move. Once you've been in the room with it, with other things going on, you can then be in a room with it alone, right? Have it, no distractions, just sit there and just sort of experience what's going on. Because now it has your undivided attention. And so this is where you can sense energies, you can reach out energetically. You don't have to like touch it necessarily, but just like get close to it. Obviously, if something already feels quite light, bright, joyful, you're likely going to feel more comfortable reaching out to it than if it feels like not nice at all. There's a couple of ways that this can go. So if you are in a space and you're reaching your energy out to it, you might feel temperature. It might be hot, it might be cold, it might be a sensation. So it might feel tingly or heavy, sparkly, or like popping energy. It's really going to depend on what it is that you are dealing with as to how it's going to feel. And if you're already fairly experienced in sensing energies, then you're likely already going to be able to notice the differences between something really positive and something less positive. You might also, depending on how strong the energy is, also experience shapes. Now, this one is unnerving, I'm going to be really honest, but you might push your energy out, and my energy I perceive as like echolocation. It's the best way I can describe it. I will push energy out and I'll pull it back in again, and some energy is going to reach you faster than other energy depending on what it's hit between you sending it out and you pulling it back in again, right? Same as echolocation. It's based off the amount of time it takes for that sound to come back to you again. You might find that there is a mass around the object. You might find there is a person-shaped mass around that object. And that, in a way, goes a long way to figuring out what's going on here. If it's just a mass, it's probably not... Corporeal is the wrong word, but it doesn't necessarily have a form. So it is energy that is linked into this, probably very disjointed energy that doesn't have any kind of collectiveness to it. If it is a person shape, then you know that this is probably a singular energy that is coming from somebody or something that wants to be perceived as being human. Generally, there's other cues as well. So if you're sitting there and the room goes really cold, that's usually not a great sign. If the room goes really, really hot, that might also not be a great sign, because that is highly energetic in nature. And that could be something, whether for good or for bad, that you want to be extra cautious with, because something highly energetic is able to influence you a lot more. You might notice electronics start going funny, alarms go off, TVs flicker, lights flicker, things go out, that kind of thing. So this is all kind of general things that we might want to be looking out for, but it can come through in less severe ways. So you might be sitting there and you might suddenly notice like a flicker of colour, like a splash of yellow, and it just disappears. You might hear talking, muffled words, a staticky sound. You might, if you then take it a step further, which is what I would probably suggest you do next, you can go into meditative states or divination practices. Now, whether you decide to do this or not, though, is very much going to depend on what you experienced previously. So if you can feel that there's an energy there, but it doesn't feel particularly negative, it just feels perhaps very strong, and you've not noticed anything strange and unusual, you might want to progress forwards into other things. If you have, say, experienced quite positive things, so you've had quite happy emotions, happy feelings, nothing in this feels unusual, but maybe it did look like a person, but you feel fairly comfortable going forwards, you can progress forwards. If, however, you felt deeply, deeply unsettled, severely uncomfortable, I wouldn't bother going any further at this point. I would give that then to somebody who is better able to deal with whatever it is that is going on there. But moving on to the next step would be things like tarot divination, meditation, scrying, always with additional protections to make sure that you are staying safe, to try and get an idea of who it is that you're dealing with. So this could be a particular person. This could just be energy that's just gotten trapped in an object and you just have no idea. So you can ask really simple questions. You can use a pendulum as well for this. That's totally fine too. You can ask about who they are, how they would prefer to be addressed. You can ask them how they ended up where they are. Now, it's very important to remember that spirits can lie. So just take everything with a pinch of salt until you have more information. Try and gain some information from it. And as you're developing that, if you get to a point where you feel really uncomfortable, or if they start tripping over their answers. So a good example of this may be, are you here to cause me harm? No. And then later down the line, you are saying, like, will you be able to pass through my protections? And they say no. But you know that your protections are in place only for things that don't intend you harm to pass through them. You've immediately caught them out there, because they aren't necessarily going to know why they can't pass through your protections. They just know that they can't pass through them all. So that then means that they've tripped over themselves. That's something to be mindful of. These are all just the little nuances that you just need to be like taking note of and being careful of as you go through it. And you may get to a point where they give you a name that they can refer to you as. You'll have a deeper understanding over who they are. And maybe even it's not super common, but it can happen that a person that owned an object essentially becomes linked to it. This can be anybody, not just a magical practitioner. It can just be somebody that, say, wore a necklace for 50 years of their life. And then upon death, their spirit is essentially linked into that necklace. Before you know it, that necklace ends up in a house sale. And then a random person has that necklace and they just don't know what to do with it. So that's often something that you will see in haunted objects, that the object belonged to the person that is attached onto it. Now, in terms of figuring out whether an object is attached by a spirit, it's sort of a similar idea, in that you'll probably have an object that behaves strangely. So this could be energetically strangely, this could be physically strangely. So physically would be, you put an object down, and then 2 days later, when you come back in again, you know that you haven't moved it, nobody has moved it, but that is now across the room. But you know in that instance that you have no spirit in your house that moves things. That's the important caveat to this, because if you do have movement in your house, that doesn't necessarily mean that the object is haunted. It could mean that something in the house is doing it. So objects that move by themselves. A great example, actually, that's really, really interesting is there is a tarot deck that is sitting in the Museum of Witchcraft and Magic in Boscastle, and they have it on CCTV footage doing it. So I'm sure that it will be somewhere if you want to check it out. Actually, I wonder, they used to do a live stream of it, like on the website. I will double check. There is a tarot deck that is sitting in a case in the museum. And I had the great pleasure of going to a talk by the current curator of the Museum of Witchcraft and Magic in Boscastle. It was on the Last Tuesday Society, if you want to go and check them out. And he was talking about this tarot deck, and it moves. The cards in random directions, at random times, it will stay still for weeks on end. And then all of a sudden they'll come in the next morning and everything is turned. Different cards every time. Like, it's not the same card. It's like different ones in the deck will be turned in different directions. Some of them will totally turn around and be in an opposite direction. And yet the place is temperature controlled by the feel of it. Like, there's not really, it's in a case, like a sealed case. So I just want to double check to see if that's actually something that they still have on here. Because that was so cool when they did that. Unless I just imagined it. I might have imagined it. I wonder if anybody else has seen that video. So that's something that can happen, is this like shuffling. Another big sign is if you feel strong emotions when wearing an object or touching an object. So when I had the great misfortune of handling a letter opener that had definitely not been used to open letters, it was anger. Like, you would hold it and not only would it feel like awful and sticky and dense and like ugh, but you would feel anger, like rage, like blood curdling, seeing red rage that just came out of nowhere, and then you put the object down and it just dissipated like nothing had happened. That's something to look out for, because objects that contain that much energy, while they can just have energy attached to them, might also be linked to a person. Another sign is just generally how you feel with it on. Does it feel highly energetic? Does it feel strange when you're wearing it? Like the energy changes and adapts? Because realistically, say it's a necklace in this example, that object, if it simply has the energy of where it came from before imbued in it, that energy shouldn't be able to change. It can only change if the energy that is given to it is different. If, though, there is a spirit attached to an object, the energy can change, and it often will change. It'll be really high, it'll be really low, it'll feel one way, and then the next day it'll feel another, because it's following the energy and the whims of the spirit that is attached to it. So that's kind of a surefire way of knowing whether something is spirited, is if the energy of it seemingly switches on a dime and you have no idea why, because there's been no countering energy that it could have been influenced by. From that point, you would then perhaps do some readings. Maybe if you feel uncomfortable to start off with, start by doing those readings with it in a circle. And you can do this when you're trying to figure out who's in the deck as well. I'm saying it because mine was a spirited deck. But if you do a protective circle around that object and keep it secured in that space, do a reading outside of it, ask your guides, your ancestors, your intuition, your psychic abilities, what's going on with this. And it can give you some more insight without necessarily having to risk your safety by getting too close to it. So that was quite a long section, but I hope that was somewhat useful. I've had quite a few spirited object experiences over the years. Some of them have been really good, some of them have been really bad. So I know firsthand kind of the warning signs to look out for. And what I will say is, don't let it get to the point where it's causing you physical discomfort. If you ever feel emotional distress, put the object down, because I was letting things, because I was like, oh, this is so cool, I'm going to keep using it, or, oh, this is really weird, maybe I'm just doing it wrong, to the point where I was being given nosebleeds regularly every time I held an object. Don't let it get to that point. Learn from my mistakes, please. Oh, I don't want anybody else to have to deal with that. Right, let's have a look, see. Oh, I am not going to be able to pronounce that. Oh, I'm going to butcher this, and I'm so sorry. Right, I'm gonna copy and paste, and let's go have a look see at what this is. It won't let me paste it. Okay, let's have a look see. Did you hear about the German? You wouldn't believe that I did German for like 5 years, would you? I can't pronounce that in the slightest. I am so sorry. Rauhnachte, tradition. R-A-U, my memory's not good enough. H-N-A-C-H-T-E. Okay, let's have a look see. Okay, that text is in English. Okay, I'm gonna copy and paste this into Google Translate. Translate. Let's have a look. See, it's not gonna be perfect, but for what I need at the minute, it will be fine. Okay, 12 days of Christmas, also known as the 12 nights, bell nights, inner nights, or under nights, are several nights around the turn of the year that hold special significance in European folklore. They usually refer to the 12 days of Christmas from Christmas Day to Epiphany. Oh, the Omen days. Sorry, I'll get onto that in a minute. But occasionally to other periods, such as the one between midwinter and St. Thomas's Day, December 21st, and New Year's Day. In some regions, St. Thomas's Night is not included. According to folklore, the stormy forces of midwinter retreat on the night of January 6th, and the wild hunt went the rest of the night of the 12 days of Christmas. As a farmer's rule, the 12 days of Christmas, according to the Puran Praktik, were considered decisive for the weather for the 12 months of the new year. And the question is, maybe you have something similar in Britain. We do. And it's called Omen Days. So Omen Days is the 12 days of Christmas. Well, it leads up to, I believe it is Epiphany, the 6th of January. And each of these days is believed to rule a certain aspect of life in the year to come. And depending on what happens on these days, it will change what will happen in the year to come. So I might have to do an entire video on this. I can't believe I haven't already, to be honest. Let's have a look, see. Let's go with this. So, let's see if I can find something that is at least somewhat explanative. That's not the word I'm after. Of what I'm talking about. But essentially, each of the days represents something different, I believe, anyway. And that way, you can use them for divination. So you can predict what is going to come. You can do tarot readings on each of the days that represents different things in the year. But you can also do spells and rituals for it as well, so that you are able to almost push and direct the energy that you want on any given particular day, which I think is interesting. I'm not finding any that immediately give me off the top of my head exactly what it is that I need. So what I will have to do is I'll do an entire video on the Omen Days from my own books that I have, just because it's far easier than trying to find a blog post that does it anyway. And I will have to post that probably towards the end of the year, just because it's so interesting. And I find it really cool that there's another kind of tradition by a different name that is so similar. They probably originated from the exact same belief. It's just where did it come from? Where did it travel from? Because if it's quite likely that there's more places around the world that do this. Hearth's list of things to be made into videos stretches beyond infinity. Honestly, it really does. So I'm going to say this now so that I remember. If I have said I'm going to make a video on something in a previous live stream or this live stream and I have forgotten to do it and you would still really like a video on it and you're like, I wonder if Hearth has made a video on that thing, only to be disappointed every single time when I haven't. Once the stream is over, just stick it in the comments section, because the comments don't disappear, but the live chat sometimes just goes poof. And that way I can try my hardest to remember to do it. Next year, I'm really pushing hard to be quality over quantity, really getting the videos done that I would really want to get done. And so I'm hoping that I'm gonna, with the startup of the podcast and the book reviews and stuff, that I can really dive into catching up on all of the videos as well. Oh dear. I know, but I really want to be able to make loads of videos about things that people really want to see videos on, and I keep forgetting to do it because I get like sucked into something else, and so I need to catch up. I need to do them all. Right. Let's have a look, see. Oh no, it jumped. Oh no. Okay, I'm somewhere over here. Oh, interesting. Okay, this is actually a really interesting one. Do you think there's any difference in difficulty for contacting human spirits based on the way that they died, or cremation versus burial? Okay, so yes, but maybe not for the reason that you are expecting. So this is going to get a little bit dark for a minute, but then we'll get lighter again in a second. Traumatic and premature deaths, that's the word, isn't it? Yeah, premature deaths often result in strange things happening. So, how do I best describe it? I always recommend that when somebody has passed on, that you give them 6 months, a year before you attempt to contact them. And that's for a couple of reasons. Firstly, it's so that you as an individual are able to mourn their passing, because I've met way, way too many people who take advantage of people who have lost loved ones, and they never, ever grieve. They go to reading after reading, to psychic event after psychic event, trying to cling on to that loved one being in their life, and they aren't anymore. And they will spend a fortune not grieving and instead clinging on to this person through mediums. But also, it's a really, really big change for that spirit, because that person maybe has never been a spirit before. Maybe they have, it's been a long time since they were a spirit, and they have no idea what they're doing. They don't understand the processes right now. It's a lot. It's a massive change. And it's one of those where I typically recommend 6 to 12 months minimum, really, for both sides of it, to make sure that you are okay, that you are progressing, that you are grieving, but also for the other person as well. But, and this is where I say that trauma and prematurity make a massive difference here, because the two biggest reasons why people get stuck are because they feel as though they shouldn't be moving on yet. It's not their time. It didn't happen the way it was meant to happen. Or they're confused and they're lost because it happened so quickly, so instantaneously, that they have no idea that they're gone. Think of all of the ghosts walking up and down stairs every single day in these old houses where they had servants and they had maids that were walking bedding and towels up and down the stairs that were not built to construction, stairs that were so steep and so tall that if you fell, it would be over in an instant. They have no idea that they're dead because they didn't have any knowledge of it happening. It was so fast that they were just gone, and they continue doing the same route up and down the stairs. Now, this can also be stone tape theory as well, but the main difference is that some of these will react to other people being around, and stone tape theory doesn't really react to other people being around. But sometimes there is massive crossover between the two. Anyway, that's by the by. Instead, think of it as like a modern day version of that. Instead of falling down the stairs, maybe it's a really quick accident. And that then triggers the fact that they don't know that they're gone. So you can't communicate with them in the ways that you normally would, because they aren't where you would normally communicate with them. You're trying to reach them with the ancestors, but they aren't with the ancestors because they never left. They're still just going about with their lives, just wandering around. Somebody said that stairs are liminal space. They are, definitely. And that is an important thing to bear in mind when we're seeing like phenomena on stairs. But even if it's things like farming is so dangerous. You will often see spirits walking farmland as though they're farmers doing their job, but they just died so quickly doing whatever it was with the very dangerous machinery that they were and still do work with, that they kind of stick around. And so sometimes you'll find that they aren't there to contact, and so you can't contact them because it's like you're picking up the phone and nobody's answering, because where you're looking for them isn't where they are. Now, eventually, they will often leave. They will kind of traverse the planes and go where they need to go. Sometimes they need assistance to do that. That's when we get spirits that are trapped in buildings, or they don't know how to let go, and so they can't move on. So that's sort of one reason why the way that somebody dies might have an impact on that. Now, obviously, everybody's going to have different experiences. This is all speculative, but this is just from the different mediums and spirit workers that I've known. Now, when it comes to cremation, burial, whether that changes anything, There are definitely traditions out there that believe that burial is the only way to go and that you shouldn't do anything else. And there are also traditions that do the opposite. I'm thinking of like Viking burials where they burn the dead. It depends on mythology, folklore, culture, that kind of thing. If anything, I think the biggest impact it has is that if you are, for instance, attempting to connect with your great-great-grandmother, for instance, if she had been cremated and the ashes were never scattered, and somebody in the household, somebody in the family has the ashes but you don't know who, you can't go to a gravesite to commune with her, if that makes sense. So if the ashes were buried or scattered in a specific place, you can go to that place. But if that hasn't happened and you don't know where those ashes are, you're not going to be able to go to that place, if that makes sense, which does impact communion if you do want to be doing some graveyard work, if that's how you want to connect with spirits and people who've passed over, ancestors and the like. That becomes kind of difficult if you don't have a physical location. So that's just something to bear in mind as well. Like, some places will act as these like in-betweens, like somewhere that they lived, somewhere that they loved, somewhere that you went on holiday with them a lot can act as this link to them. But if you don't have that and you also don't have a grave site or any kind of burial site, that can get a little bit complicated. What did it do? Somebody said here, do you think that those trapped ghosts are all of their spirit or just one part of it? I don't think anybody is going to be able to give like a definitive answer to this, but what I often hear it being described as like a missing connection. So like if it's an ancestor and they're trapped somewhere, they aren't with the ancestors. They haven't moved on at all. So like their entire spirit form is still stuck. Whereas when they move on, then it's a case of what stays where. Does some go with the ancestors? Does some move on? If you believe in reincarnation and the like, does a bit go to the afterlife? It really then depends on what you believe in. But I often hear people refer to them as being stuck. Like they should be with the ancestors, but they aren't. So where are they? They're just sort of lost and wandering around because they just don't know what's happening. Right. Shall we move on to a slightly more upbeat topic? Let's have a look, Swan. Oh, have you ever come across an obsidian mirror or used one? Stay right there. I'll be right back. If I turn my chair just right, you will be able to see it already. Let's have a look-see. Okay, here it is. This is my obsidian mirror. I use both obsidian and a black scrying mirror, but it's just like a void. It's so satisfying to look at. It's just so dark, it's just like a hole. That is my obsidian scrying mirror. Oh, I can't stare into it too long like that. So my best advice with using something like this is if I were to like point it at you, right? So you are somewhere. Oh, there's my microphone. Which way do I need to go then? There you are. That little yellow light is you right there. So if you're scrying like that, you're going to be super focused on that light there. So instead, I've just turned it so it's not looking at anything. It needs to be like that. Well, it doesn't need to be, but I find it most effective so that you can be staring at like a white surface, like my ceiling, or you can pick just a dark surface so that it literally is just staring into nothing. But my problem is that as soon as I go, that's it then. I stare at it when it's not looking at anything and I'm like gone just straight away, and it's very, very like hypnotizing. So I have one of these little like fold up stands for it. I am hoping that I'm going to start doing some more water scrying next year because that's something that I really want to dive into. Having a black scrying mirror right in front of your office desk, probably not the best way of doing it, but yeah, I have to not stare at it. I have to stop, because otherwise we'll just be sitting and just watching me just staring into the void for like 3 hours. But yeah, I like the obsidian. I like the obsidian better than the black mirrors, like the painted black mirrors. Mostly because the obsidian adds an extra... Oh, I didn't even notice that, diving into water scrying. I didn't even know I said that. I could have really worked that bit. No, I didn't even realise I did it. Because obsidian has the added protective qualities, I personally prefer them. But without using like condensers and mirror washers, you can't customize it as heavily as you can customize like a handmade black mirror, because you can put loads of intention into that and everything like that. It just depends on whether you want more customization and accessibility, or whether you want the protective qualities of the obsidian. I have one, and the experiences I've had all happen in my head. It's like a movie scene. Do you see things in the mirror surface or in your mind? In your mind. So for me anyway, it's in my mind. So basically it acts as a stop staring at it. It acts like an in-between. I mean, it is liminal space, but it gives you something to focus on without having to be in deep meditation. And it allows your subconscious mind to come forwards, because you're focusing on something. Your frontal mind is distracted, so that you can bring everything forwards from the back. A computer screen or phone screen, I've heard, are technical black mirrors. They definitely can be. But what I will say is just make sure that they're turned off, because the electrics in them, if you're anything like me and like being electrocuted, my favourite party trick ever is being able to, people can feel electricity through me. If I am touching anything that has a battery, but especially anything that's plugged into the mains, if I touch it, I can feel it, and if I touch somebody else, they can feel it going through me. So for me, electronic devices as scrying mirrors is a no-go, mostly because I find that it just messes with I mess with the energy too much. So it has to at the very least be turned off. But for some people, if you aren't that sensitive to electricity, you don't really need to worry about it. And by candlelight, yeah, candlelight is so much better for it. Well, like I can scry in this now, and I have big filming lights around me. But it is a lot easier by candlelight if you are not used to doing it, because it gives you that like atmospheric effect, which is very, very useful, especially if you like the drama of spells and rituals. But it also takes away some of that electrics, which again, if you're anything like me and you find that electronics just sort of instantaneously break around you, is really useful, because it takes away some of that electronic interference that you might struggle with. For instance, light bulbs make a noise. And sometimes you don't want to be hearing the sound of a light bulb. Sometimes you might want to just be hearing nothing, or rain sounds, or something else. So by candlelight is really, really good. Now I'm going to answer this one now because it's sort of on a similar vein. But what I will say is that the Q&A tab is there if anybody does want to put a question in. I just realised that my chat guide isn't on the screen. Now it is on the screen. Haha, fixed it. Okay. I just went the entire live stream without that being there. It's because I added a new webcam, and when I added a new webcam, it pushed the new webcam to the very, very top and just removed everything else on the screen anyway. Which also means, wait, that means that my donation thing hasn't been coming up either. I'm so sorry, my donation thing hasn't been coming up all night and no one noticed. I didn't even notice. Honestly, maybe I shouldn't have it on the screen then. If it's like, if it just takes up some of the screen. Does the chat guide distract from the Q&A? Let me know, because I totally forgot. And it's my stream. And I totally didn't even notice that it was there. Okay, anyway. What was I saying? Oh yeah, I'm going to answer this one because it is in relation to everything else. Is how do you feel about ghost apps for divination? So I think that this one is going to heavily rely on which apps that you are using. Because the majority of, it depends on what type of app as well. If we're talking about those apps that are essentially like, what are they called? And then a voice comes out of it. My brain is not working tonight. What am I trying to say? Ghost boxes. No. Ghost boxes. Not what I'm after. They are called ghost boxes though. Oh my god, my brain isn't working. Spirit box. Thank you. My brain. Thank you so much, Dad. My brain is not working today. Okay, spirit box, that's what I was after. If it's trying to mimic a spirit box where they sort of, voices will randomly sort of come out of it, the problem with those is that they are manufactured because they can't act like a spirit box, because the function of a spirit box, at least if I'm remembering the names of everything correctly, it cycles rapidly through a range of different radio frequencies. So if you are able to get a full sentence out of it, it cycles through a radio frequency like every half a second or something. They go through really, really fast. So you'll often, in the background, before anything happens, you'll hear like, ee-ah, ooh-ah, ee-ah, where it's like flicking between radio stations. And so when you're using spirit boxes in real life, it is essentially a small radio, but it's just flicking so quickly that it can't stay on anything long enough to form sentences. So when a spirit comes through, it is utilizing the energy of the spirit box to manipulate sound, to create words and sentences. Your phone and an app on your phone isn't doing that. It's pretending to do that, but it isn't actually doing it. So, ooh, ah, I loved that song, and then I listened to it too much and I started hating it. Anyway, I got distracted by the chat, sorry. I'm so easily distracted today. So the app on the phone isn't actually doing that. It's like pretending to do that. So what it's doing is that they are like, it will give like randomly generated words and phrases at different times. And I believe that some of them, don't quote me on this one though, some of them are listening to what you're saying. So like if you say, is anybody here? It registers what you've said and it will give a semi-appropriate response back again. And I'm sure people have done tests on them where after an amount of time, it recycles everything it's already said. So I wouldn't really trust using anything like that. And then, yeah, there's things like ghost radar and stuff that show like the ghosts that are around you. But my question is, how's your phone actually doing that? Because yes, your phone can pick up Wi-Fi routers and it can pick up Bluetooth signals, but ghosts aren't Bluetooth and they aren't Wi-Fi. And so most of these things I would just simply skip over personally. I've tried a few of them out of pure curiosity and didn't find much interesting with them. What I will say though, as an alternative, is that you are, instead of doing something that's going to be quite quick acting, instead it's a case of doing something for the long run. So I would get a really cheap, what are they called? They are called recording devices. My brain is non-functional. They were used to record meetings in like the 90s and the 2000s. I used to use them when I was at university to record what the lecturers were saying. And they are just recorders that you put down and you sit on a desk. There's no games on it. There's not a dictaphone. That's it. Thank you. My brain isn't working. Where you just put them on the table and you just leave it, right? So make sure it's clear. Like tape recorders work too. Anything like that, you just put it in a room. If you think the spirit activity going on there, and you just leave. and you come back to it a couple of hours later and you go through the information and you see what's on there. And if you want to communicate even further, then you can actually go as far as to sit. Yeah, my brain is not braining tonight like at all. You can actually ask questions. So don't expect like a response to come back there and then. Instead, it's going to be like a, hi there, is anybody here that would like to reach out to me? Pause for 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Ask another question. How many people are here? Are there non-human spirits here? Pause, wait, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 4 minutes, ask your next question. Once you're done with your like 20-30 minute session, you stop, you thank everybody for their involvement or lack thereof, as it may well be. You stop it, you listen to the recordings, and you may well find that there are sounds on the recording that you wouldn't expect there to be because you were in the room and you didn't hear anything. I often find that things that are quick acting are usually not that useful, especially when it comes to phone apps. But if you would like something where I go through and I like test a whole bunch of things, and I will even go and buy some actual equipment, not just like the apps. I will like buy actual equipment and be like, if you would like, I'd like to give that a go. I'm not sure what I'm gonna get off it, but I would love to kind of give a comparison to things. I already know though, I'm biased because I already know which one I'm going to prefer straight away. But I think it would be interesting to kind of see how they work. That would be pretty cool. So yeah, let's have a look. See, where am I? I'm somewhere around here. I will note that there is... Please do not spam the chat and Q&A because it's chronological and I'm about an hour behind. Just a note. Let's have a look, see where I am. I don't know why I'm singing everything. It's just the way it's going. I would watch that video. I would watch that video about that. I need to try this. Like, are the free apps actually any good? I'm going to go above and beyond and say no, but I will give them a good old college try, especially based off my own experiences in my house. I think that would be very interesting to see what actually came forwards, because I know what's in the house and I know how it acts, and I would be really curious to see if the phone ones, the app ones, come anywhere close to sort of getting a gauge of like how things act and behave. I think that would be really cool. I wondered when Singing Hearth would come around tonight. Oh, quite early on, surprisingly, to be honest. I will do it all the time in my day-to-day life. I've been told that I narrate everything. I didn't realize I did it. I've been told I narrate everything, and usually it involves a sing-songy voice. Usually, anyway. Right. You mentioned the events you go to. What events do you prefer to go to? Oh, okay. My favourite events are the witchy events, always. So I've never had the pleasure of going. It's about the most on-brand thing I've ever heard. Oh, it is, isn't it? I know. It is. It's just that and the cat keyboard. If nobody's been around to hear the cat keyboard, you have been blessed. But I will randomly meow and make songs when I'm bored, and I just feel like it. And I've called it the cat keyboard since I was in college, and I'm just sticking with it now. Right. Okay, sorry. I was on a question. What was I on? Oh, my favourite events. So I've never had the pleasure to go to Witchfest International, but I would love to go, right? There was one occasion where I was asked to do a talk at Witchfest International. Yeah, I don't think I even responded to that email. I'm so sorry, Witchfest International. I highly doubt that you are going to be listening to this. But if you are, I'm really sorry that I didn't reply to you. I'm actually really sorry to anybody who emails me and I don't reply to. I get very overwhelmed at emails. But they asked me to do a talk, and if anybody has ever had the misfortune of hearing me speak in public, it is not like this, right? I turn into a bumbling, bubbling, bawling mess. I literally had a panic attack and cried at my last public talk, and I am never doing one ever again. So I just chickened out of that because I don't do public speaking, and no, this is not the same. As far as I'm concerned, I'm talking to myself right now. So I've never had the pleasure of going to Witchfest International, but I would really, really love to go to Witchfest International. So my favourite events to go to are the ones where Dave, Dan the Bard, is performing. Every year I try to see Dave perform at least once. He is phenomenal. One of my favourite witchcraft songs to have ever existed. I have 2 I would recommend that you go and listen. 3 I would recommend that you go and listen to all 3 of them. I will load them up because I don't want you to miss out on this. Okay, so the first one is Cauldron Born by Dan the Bard. Absolutely phenomenal, right? Absolutely incredible. One of my favourite songs ever produced. I'm gonna see if I can find it. There's a channel on YouTube called Keep Music Pagan. I listen to it so much that it's like auto-saved in my thing. And if you like pagan music, I would recommend checking it out. My favourite song is by Isadora. Where is it? I need to find it. It's like, oh, here we go. Okay, it's in my For You tab because I listen to it so much. It's called Come Witches to the Dance, right? By Isadora. I am going to open this so that I can copy and paste it into the chat because it is that good. I'm going to put it in here. Can I paste into here? Here we go. This song, this one. I am going to massively plug it because I absolutely love that song. As well as The Witch's Rune by, oh my goodness, who is it by? S.J. Tucker. Absolutely phenomenal pieces of music, right? So any event that I can go to where Dave, Dan the Bard, is performing, I will definitely be trying to go to that because I absolutely love it. Oh yeah, I listen to every single one of his house concerts. I know every song he's ever done, like off by heart. And I every time I'm working on in the background, I'll put a house concert on. Absolutely love it. So any event that I can go to where Dave is performing, I will go to if I can get to it, or if I'm lucky enough to have that weekend where I'm able to. But otherwise, I love the witchcraft events. And I really need in the coming year to be booking more specifically witchcraft events. So that's what I'm going to have to dive into that in the coming year, because the witchy events are better than the MBS shows. I like them all, but the witchy events are the way to go. Nottingham Pagan Market as well is phenomenal. My favourite event of the year is the Nottingham Pagan Market. Dave isn't performing there, but I still love it. Oh yeah, sorry, I pronounce it Dam because then you know how to spell it when like you're looking it up, because I've noticed, especially with things like Ogham and Samhain, people are like, how do you spell it? I'm like, oh, sorry, because I don't know if anybody else noticed this. A couple of years ago, somebody else popped up on Spotify under Dave the Bard, and they were performing like totally different music, and I think now they're gone, but it was really weird. It used to be that if you asked for Dave the Bard, you would get somebody totally different, and it threw me off. My you know, like when it's recommending songs to you, was totally thrown off because I kept asking for the wrong person, and it was just like, oh, I think you mean this person, and I'm like, no, I definitely didn't mean that person, but nice try. Right, let's have a look. See, I am somewhere around here. That's the one I just answered. Okay, I'm here. I haven't had the need to make a book of shadows for magic naturally, but my coven wants me to create one. How would you recommend I create one? If you don't feel drawn to it, or you don't feel like you really need to be doing one, notebook. Just grab a notebook. Anytime you do a working, date what the working was, vaguely how you did it. Honestly, if you don't feel drawn, I mean, I always recommend that people do a book of shadows because I am still bad at it to this day. I will put my hand up and say I'm still really, really bad at it, and I need people to tell me to drink water, and I need people to tell me to write in my book of shadows, because I always forget. I always recommend to people to do it, because you will regret not doing it. I'm just going to say it now, I haven't even got to your question yet. I know I haven't, because I've seen it way further down, so please bear with me, I'm getting there. I'm trying to go as fast as I can. So I always forget to write in my book of shadows. I will often forget, and then I always regret it afterwards. So if at the very least you just like have a cheap little notebook that you just write everything down in, just so that you just have that there, so that you don't forget those things. And if your coven really wants you to include them, you are then able to kind of look back and see what you did, and where you did it. It just helps to sort of, if something goes really, really well, you're able to repeat it again, especially in like a coven environment. I'm just going to do this now because my cowlick is, I look like I'm going bald. And this isn't helping. This might actually be making it worse. Oh, this is why I said to myself I would never get a full fringe ever again. It's okay from this side, mostly. Just don't look at it too hard, it's fine. And you're right, I probably do need a drink of water. But yeah, I'm a bit confused though, because in a coven, usually, if you have to write in a book of shadows, it's a coven book of shadows that you're writing in, rather than individual books of shadows. So I'm finding that quite interesting, because normally you would have to submit things into a coven book, but not really anything else. Right, let's have a look. See. Have you ever heard about housing a specific spirit ally in a tarot deck? How would you go about doing so, and what benefits could it have, if any? So, one of my tarot decks, as most of you will already know, does have a spirit attachment on it, and they do act as a spirit guide in a way, particularly for readings. So if I'm reading that deck, then my spirit guide for tarot reading tends to take a step back, because that deck is what am I trying to say? That deck sort of is the overwhelming energy in that situation. But in that regard, if you would like somebody to be housed in a deck, then it's a case of requesting that they do. Ask what it is that they would want if they were to use this as a spirit vessel, and sort of go from there. I wouldn't necessarily do anything like manually. That's not the word I'm after. Forcefully. I would always make sure to ask if they would happily use this deck, and if they wouldn't, then it's a case of finding a different vessel for them. They can help come through in tarot readings, make it easier for you to kind of draw on your understanding, help you connect with other spirits better, and really develop your skills further, but only if they really want to be involved in that. Yeah, it's the Magic Manga tarot deck of mine that has that. But yeah, the Fairy Oracle, ooh, that was the Fairy Royal Tarot was something else. Oh, I missed one up here. Thank you so much, Joe. Hearthy, all the best and deserve the best. Joyous Yule. Oh, thank you so much, Joe. That means so much to me. I got an email to say that you sent me an email on Patreon, and I will have to go in and check. I have not been in for, I'll be honest, a while. I need to go in and check. I don't get notifications that often. So I'm going to go in and check, because I know you put some recommendations for books, I think. I'm assuming that's what it is for the book club. So I'm going to go in and I'm going to go and check, because I need to organize everything so that I can make a poll. So if anybody, this is another one, if anybody is interested in the book club and would like to submit a request for a book to be included, if at the end of this you could stick it in the comments rather than in the chat, because the chat gets sort of lost. But in the comments, I can add it to the big poll list, and then we can figure out what we're going to do for the first book, which is going to be very exciting. I'm very excited for it anyway. I've never done a book club before, so it's probably going to be a bit bumpy to start with, but we'll get there. Right. Lately I've been really focusing on developing further my spirit senses. Sometimes when doing workings, I feel like they're chubby, like the feel of a magnet resistance. What does it mean? I think usually it just means that it's struggling to extend past the point where it is, if that makes sense. Like it is, how do I best describe it? Sometimes the energy feels like it can't reach out any further and it can feel kind of blunt, if that makes sense. So maybe it's a case of checking your protections and kind of giving time to sort of flex those muscles a little bit, because especially if you have like any blockages on there, it can really stop it from going further. So any like prior history of being really scared of spirits, anything like that, energetic limitations, and I don't mean physical energy, I mean like spiritual energetic limitations, protections. Sometimes people, not necessarily you in this situation, but I've had many a person say that they feel dead spiritually, and it's because their protections are basically blocking everything. So like all the spells that they're doing aren't going anywhere. Any spirit encounter they try to have just stops dead because their protections are so strong it blocks them. So that's something to consider as well. It's really important when we're doing protections that we don't sort of overdo protections to the point where we actually can't access the energies that we need to access. Right. Bum, 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 bum. Let's have a look. See. Oh, here we go. I know it's probably endangered, but what do you know or have experienced with white sage? I bought a bundle and used it to cleanse my candles, and it cleansed me out of the room because the smell was very strong. I actually don't have very much experience with it at all. I've used sort of garden sage, and I've used a lot of rosemary, but mostly because I don't really buy bundles. It's not a plant that I really connect with or that I use a great deal in my practice. I don't think it's particularly my place to use it in my practice either. But for me, it's if I have in my parents' back garden, we have a ginormous rosemary plant. And I've always found that rosemary is just such a good cleanser for me that I just don't feel any need to look into anything else. And as mentioned, I don't think it's really my place as me to be using white sage, but I will sort of leave that up to the individuals as to what they choose to do. But yeah, if you ever want something that is very easy to grow at home, it grows so fast as well, and it doesn't have that same how do I describe it? Like people describe like a vacuum sort of a feeling energetically, but I will always go for rosemary because it doesn't leave any sort of emptiness. It fills that space as it's disrupting energy, and so my go-to has been for a long time rosemary because I just absolutely love the smell of it. And bonus of rosemary is it already comes in its own sprigs. So sure, you can bundle it together, bind it quite tight with a loop on the end and then hang it, or just do what I do. You gather it and you wash it, you pat it dry with kitchen roll, and then you put it in a dehydrator or you leave it to dry in sticks. Just in the sticks, like the stems that you've cut off, because they make the most perfect just like cleansing sticks just in themselves. You just hold on to the stem at the base and you just light the top, and it just gently burns away, and you can do so much with one little stick of rosemary that I just find it to be such a good cleansing agent. And it's just so accessible to so many people as well, especially if you're in the UK. I have a demonic doll I bought off Etsy. I love him. His name is Stephen. Any tips? Oh, interesting. I have questions. Okay, I have so many questions. So we're talking demonic dolls. Okay. And this I want to really emphasize here, because I know that my tone doesn't always belie what I actually intend. I'm not saying any of this to doubt anything that you've said here. I'm genuinely just so curious. How do you know demon? Was it in the listing? Like, is this person like super experienced with spirits? And like, did you call him Stephen? Was he already called I have so many questions, because this is one of my favorite topics ever. I absolutely love any kind of spirited doll. I'm just so curious to know more, because it's very unusual actually to find a doll that is spirited by words. It's quite unusual to find a doll that's spirited by a non-human entity, because for the most part, a lot of the time it is a human spirit inside that doll. It would take a lot of energy to I suppose it would depend on if we're talking about quite a low level demon, then I suppose that's more doable. I mean, it wouldn't even go near anything more than that. Oh, I have so many questions. It's so unusual. And now I really want to know more. I really want to know more, because I really want to go to some of these like haunted museums. As a witch, I would love to go to the haunted museums to get a feel of like the energy of all of the things, because it must be bonkers in a place that collects haunted dolls, or in a place that displays some of the most cursed, dark artifacts. And I do say that with quotation marks for anybody who's listening to this afterwards. It must be so unusual to be in that space with all of those conflicting energies. Yeah, it could be low level, could be there by choice. That is actually a good one, because really, as long as they're getting something more out of it than what they're putting into it, then a lot of spirits are quite willing to not necessarily be trapped within, but to be connected to an object. I suppose it would make sense. I suppose it would also depend on what they've been given in return. I mean, a spirit that has been given, well, it's there under the guise that it will be able to gain energy from its location. A lot of spirits would enter into that contract if they couldn't get it from any other means. Yeah, exactly. It could be functioning as a spirit house rather than, say, like a possessed object. So it's less of a spirit, like a spirit prison or a spirit trap, and more like a temporary transient vessel that if it no longer wants or needs to be there, it could just leave and just disconnect itself. Oh, this is really interesting, because like in theory, most spirits that can't get it from anywhere else would sort of jump in. Consistent energy supply, protection inside protective wards. Sounds like a great deal, that. Oh, this is so interesting. Have you tried reverse questions Q&A, where you put some questions to the community? Maybe I should do that one day. Would anybody like to do that, where we just we do a reverse one, where I'm asking the community the way they do different things and what they think of different things, and collecting the answers in a Q&A, and then I could always do a video separately where I collate it all together. Oh, there's a haunted museum near me, and I gave my spirited pendant to. There must be so much energy. Hopefully he won't be annoyed. Yeah, that sounds good. I like the idea of doing the reverse Q&A. That's a really, really good idea. Thank you so much for that. Yeah, that could be interesting. So like, you know how they say if you ask 12 witches a different question, you'll get 13 answers. I wonder what this would be like. You know, like question. I'm trying to think of what question. I'm asking you guys to do so much in the comment section, but if you would like to, that would be amazing. Like, what kind of questions would you like to know answers to from other people? Like, are there things that like you have always been curious about that you've just never known anybody in order to ask how they do it? I would love to know, because whether it goes on the main channel or whether it goes on the Patreon as like little short videos, I think that could be a really interesting one. And then if I do loads of little short videos, I could collate them all together and then put them on YouTube, like afterwards. That would be interesting. So yeah, once the Q&A is over, if you want, while you're listening, just note down some ideas on like a piece of paper and then stick them in the comments afterwards. That would be incredible, because I think there's so many people who they maybe feel like they're the odd ones out in their practice because they've never seen it written in a book, or they've never seen anybody talk about it. That could be a really good way of doing it. Oh, I'm going to write any that sort of make it through into this. I'm just going to be noting down so that I don't lose track. Okay. Let me just send this to myself. Okay. So we could do it in a Q&A, like in a live stream, if that would be good, because then like the answers are coming through like in real time. So we can do like the Q&A live and you can be a part of it, or if you don't want to be a part of it, you can just listen to it afterwards and get ideas from people, or it means you get the content sooner because you're listening to the Q&A. He has heavy energy, protective of me. He's very sweet. Interesting. Okay, so this is about the demon. Was there any sort of and once again, it sounds like I'm interrogating you. I'm genuinely not. I'm just super duper curious. Was there any sort of information with him as to where he came from? I think that's always interesting. I love it when people do that. It's included, or is this information that you've just found from your own experiences with him? I'd love to know, because everybody's experiences with haunted dolls are so unique and so different, and for some people they don't really have any interaction with them at all. They know that they are a haunted or spirited doll from somewhere else, and they are brought into that space, and from that point on they are just given a home and given somewhere to be. But for others, they become such an integral core part of their family and their practice that they learn even more from them in their environment. And the knowledge that they have about who they are, who they were, where they were, their experiences in life come from that close relationship with the spirit in the doll, rather than from a piece of paper that came with them, you know? I find it so interesting that you have such different things within the same community. Yeah, I mean, I can try and do them at different times. He loves me a lot. This is basically an update on Stephen. He can have very heavy energy, but it's good. Oh, that's lovely. I like the fact that you found a doll that can just so easily integrate into your life and that you connect with. Like, that's really, I've seen a lot of stories of people who have spirited dolls and then find that they really don't like the energy, and that's difficult, because what do you do then? You know, if you have that haunted doll, then and you no longer want that haunted doll in that space, what do you then do? Because there's a very limited market for haunted dolls. That I guess it can feel kind of cloying a little bit, like you feel as though you have to be the caretaker because that is the task that you have taken on, but equally you don't know how to cope with it. So it's always so nice when I see people who have like really good experiences with it, because especially after, I don't know if anybody remembers it, was it like 2018, 2019, there was a massive thing for haunted dolls, and people were like getting the haunted dolls and then just like throwing them in the bin, which is just absolutely horrible what happened during that time. So yeah, Maddie's saying that if anybody wants to ask about Stephen, they're welcome to do so in the chat. So feel free, if you have any questions, to add them into there. That's my thing. It would make me feel really bad. I couldn't throw away a haunted doll. I couldn't do it. I also don't necessarily think I'd feel comfortable giving away a haunted doll to somebody who didn't know what they were getting into. It's very difficult in that regard. I'd love to do a Zoom call or Google Meet on Patreon where you can unmute people one at a time. Oh, okay, that's a really good idea though. So maybe do it the opposite way round. So it's on, the live stream is on Patreon, where it's like pre-scheduled and we can mute and unmute people and gain answers that way. and then it's all collected together to go onto YouTube as a video, where it's you take all of the jumping out, or I take the information and I refilm it again with what different people in the community have said. And then if you decide that you want to stay anonymous on YouTube, but you were happy to talk on Patreon, then that's totally fine, because the environment is totally different. Patreon is so much smaller. It's much more of a tight-knit community than the big, wide, scary YouTube. Yeah, let me know in the comments afterwards sort of what you would prefer as well, so that it stays there. Oh yeah, you can turn off your camera, so like you can get webcams now. I think this is so cool anyway, but if I reach over, I'm getting uncomfortably close to you, I know, and I do this, I can turn it off, so it's got a shutter on it. How cool is that? I think that's cool. Anyway, so most modern webcams now will have like a little closer thing, so that you can, like a privacy close, so that if you don't want anybody to see who you are, that's fine too. But yeah, anyway, I'm going to get back to where I was in the questions. Oh, now this is an intense one. I'm going to be really honest straight away and say I personally wouldn't, but obviously everybody is entitled to their own experiences with this. What did I open? I opened this. Okay. I'm working a shut up / hex spell and want to put it inside a tombstone and ask the spirit to help with the working. Do I have to have an established relationship with the spirit or graveyard? Yes, please. Preferably. Generally speaking, I would say, how would I describe this? Generally speaking, I would say that if you don't already have an established relationship with a spirit, I wouldn't put anything on, around, but especially in a tombstone that was requesting something. So if you're building a relationship with a spirit, putting things on a tombstone is totally fine, because they are usually offerings to that spirit that are there for them. You are giving your time, your energy, your items towards that spirit because you want to build a relationship with them. I would describe working with spirits, as I often say on here, a lot like working with people. You can ask your family members or a best friend to do something for you, and they will probably do it without even questioning it. But if you ask a stranger to do the same thing, they're probably not going to like it, especially if you want to build an IKEA unit. If you go to your friend and say, hey, can you help me build this IKEA unit? They're going to go, yeah, I can help you with that. Whereas if you dump an IKEA unit on somebody's front door and say, hey, can you do this for me? They're going to say no. So definitely with this, I wouldn't even go near a tombstone with objects related to a spell or something that you want assistance with, unless you have a connection with that person. But the thing with transactions, so could this be done in a transactional way, like an old grave? I give you this and you help me do this. Again, it's that same principle though of a friend is more likely to offer you assistance in return for something than a stranger that doesn't know you at all. So if anything, if you want to still work with that graveyard energy, is there a reason you've picked this particular grave? I suppose that's the first question. Is there a reason? Like, is it what the person did? Do you know the person? Like, you know what I mean? You don't necessarily have to answer that in the chat if you don't want to. But if that's not the case, like there's no particular reason why, then it would be using the graveyard itself, the cemetery itself. So when we're working with a particular person, we're requesting their help because of their skills or because of their connection with us. It's a grave of a judge. Oh, then probably interesting. Okay, well, okay. Here, okay. I keep said okay too many times. How about workaround? So if you can go there often enough to build a relationship, then you can request some of the grave dirt that is around them or something that is related to them. I wouldn't take anything off the grave though, I'd go for mostly like grave dirt, if they have given you permission to do such a thing. Take it home, add that into your workings that way, because you have requested their aid, you have requested some of the dirt in order to do it, and you've then taken it away from that space. Because the problem is, if you leave it in that environment, you don't know which other spirits might take that initiative to do something with that without you knowing. Alternatively, if that isn't an option, if we're talking, doing a court case spell for justice. Okay, so how about we change up the intention slightly. So graveyard dirt is commonly used to put things to bed, to put things to rest, to end a situation. So if you are able to leave a little offering to the guardians of a particular cemetery or a graveyard, take a little bit of dirt, a little bit, from somewhere away from the graves. So I'm talking like the edge wall of a cemetery. I'm talking underneath a tree. Somewhere where there isn't going to be somebody buried. A little bit, you thank the guardians, you give them an offering, you take that with. That dirt then is then associated with putting things to rest. You include that in a working that is designed for success. So the working is designed to have a successful situation that ends in this being put to rest. You are utilizing the energy of that grave, well, the graveyard, without having to incorporate a spirit into it. So you are utilizing that long-standing energy of rest and completion in the working, but you're just adding in that success so that it can sort of push it towards a positive and complete goal end. I think that's probably going to be maybe the easiest way of doing this without having extra complications. Now, I don't want to say that you can't do it the way that you were going to do it, because you absolutely can. I will just say, just be mindful that you don't know if the spirit is going to take kindly to it, especially if they don't know who you are. And you also don't know which other spirits around might take the initiative to do something with that themselves. If you're going to do it, make sure that you have protections over yourself, the situation, and probably the object as well, to make sure that nothing else is going to influence it in a negative way. Now, in terms of what these live chats would be about asking the community, it would only be on Patreon for the live bit. But what I can also do is I can also do like a smaller community tab Q&A type thing where you can post comments in response to it. So you don't have to be on Patreon if you want to be involved, but if you want to be in on the discussion, to make it small enough to manage, I think it would have to be on Patreon. Otherwise, we'd have just hundreds of people trying to talk at the same time, and I think it would just be like a lot to deal with if we were going to do it in a live, like Zoom call kind of a way. But the content, I would then like shorten it down, edit it down, and then put a version of it, whether it's just me talking about it or whether it's like clips of the live stream on YouTube as a way of watching it that way, just so that it's easier to manage. But most things on the Patreon, I just want to emphasize this point. I know that not everybody is able to do Patreon. I totally understand that. I try to put the majority of my content on YouTube for that exact reason, so that it's as accessible as possible. But if you ever think that things are going to be behind like massive paywalls, every single person of every single tier, no matter how low, has access to everything on Patreon, just to try to make that as accessible as possible, even though I know that even that is too much for a lot of people. So totally understand. I will try to move everything afterwards in an edited form onto YouTube so that people can still access that content, because I don't want anybody to feel left out, but also I think a few hundred people trying to talk at the same time might be a little panic inducing. Oh, that would be amazing, that would absolutely be phenomenal, because I'll be honest, I don't even know how to do the book club yet. I have been told that Zoom is a good option, so I'm going to look into that. I'm stressed about it, to be honest, but I know that it's going to be fine. I know it's going to be fine. I know it's going to be fun. It's just it's just getting there. Okay. Let's have a look. See. Have you ever heard about spirit powder? It's supposedly a powder that's crafted to help a person to a spell, to help link a person strongly to a spell when you don't have a tag lock or almost any information on a target. Interesting. Okay, so I've heard of spirit powder. Spirit powder is usually, it's a powder that is made up of ingredients that are closely associated with spirit connection and the amplification of psychic abilities. And so it is used to attract and commune with spirits more readily. So if you know you struggle with psychic abilities, you can use some around a scrying mirror to amplify the effects of it. I've never known of a spirit powder being used to link people to a working with no tag locks, because how is that powder linking somebody unless it includes an item that belongs to somebody or has been in the proximity of them? But then that's essentially a tag lock in itself. I would love to know more about this. If you have any more information, let me know. I would absolutely love to know. Like, genuinely, I know my tone usually doesn't give it away, but genuinely I would love to know. I'm just having a look at this and seeing what we're doing here. Because obviously different people are going to have different recipes with different intentions. I can only ever speak about what my connection with it is. Let's have a look, see. Okay, I'm seeing a lot of videos that I cannot watch right now, or the sound is going to connect. But I'll have to have a look at that afterwards, because that's really interesting. I want to see how that works. There was one here that I can help with the Zoom if you need it. Honestly, Joe, I'm so not technologically minded. I might. I'll ask my boyfriend first and be like, hey, can you help me with this? And then we'll see if I still fail at getting it to work. Okay, let's have a look. See, I am somewhere here. How do you think the other side is when you die? Will magical practitioners meet their spirit allies? Would I be able to come back and go help my kin as a spirit by doing magic and things like that? It's very, very hard to tell, because obviously nobody really knows what's going to happen. But I do know of some spirits that come back to help people as allies. People come back to help as ancestors and guides. So it seems like at the very least that's something that could be possible in all of this. But then I guess we're never going to know until we get there. Now, I was debating whether or not to mention this, but I'm going to, just because I feel like some people are going to want to know, even though it is incredibly, incredibly sad. If anybody follows Dave the Bard on Facebook, you will already have seen this. But anybody who has read Hedge Witch by Ray Beth, it's because we were talking about people passing over and whatnot. If you weren't already aware, Ray Beth, the author of Hedge Witch, has recently passed away. So if you see loads of posts about that would be why. And so we won't be seeing any more books from her in the future. So I'm really hoping that she finds her way to wherever it is that she wishes to go in the afterlife. But it felt weird not mentioning that such an incredibly influential figure in the witchcraft community has gone. Another amazing author has gone. Like, whether you liked her work or not, I think that it's such a shame. I think sadly we're gonna start losing more and more of the big hitters in the author community, because a lot of people are of a certain age. and we're going to start losing more and more and more. So I think if you have the chance to read books that are older, and to support or get any books from people who are very, very experienced in the craft, do it. Do it, because we have no idea how long it's going to be until we don't have any of these big authors left. So yeah, Dave Damn the Bard posted about it the other day, and I was just absolutely shocked, because I was not expecting it at all. I don't think that's entirely true, but yeah, so if you have a copy of Hedge Witch by Ray Beth, maybe give it another read this weekend. Give it another look over. Right, let's have a look. See, where am I? I am here. Do you collect magical tools? I love wands. They feel so powerful to me. I love how each one is unique. I'm just curious. Thank you for all you do. P.S. I hope I submitted this correctly. You did. I don't really collect magical tools anymore, sadly. Sadly, I try not to, so that I don't end up with too big of a collection. I mostly collect books. That's my big thing. I used to do wands. I used to get quite a lot of wands, but now mostly books, because I don't have the space, and I know what I use, and sadly wands and athames and everything else are not things that I use very often. I use cauldrons, I use lots of candles, and I use lots of books. But I know lots of people are really big collectors in the magical community. I used to be one of them, and I'm really trying hard. Right. Let's have a look, see, where am I? Is it necessary to always be in a trance or altered state of consciousness to do spell work? Oh, no, not at all. For the most part, you will never be in an altered state of consciousness when doing spell work. Mostly because it's really, really hard to remember what you're doing, where things are, when you're meant to be doing things, what you're meant to say, because you're kind of out of it. I mean, some people will, and they will be able to do it successfully, but a lot of people are going to really struggle to focus in that mindset. So if anything, what I would say is, if you want to be in an altered state of consciousness during spell work and ritual, then you would probably want to be carrying out all of the precursor to it, and then entering into a trance-like state during, like after you've already done all the setup, and then make sure that you set timers so that you can be out of it again within a reasonable time to be able to close everything off again. But mostly altered states of consciousness are used in ritual when we want to be communing with spirits, connecting with the other world, and maybe even performing astral projection. If you are wanting to do big rituals or complex spells, then you're probably not going to want to be in an altered state, just because it makes things so much more complicated. I am trying to find where I am. Oh my goodness, Shane, thank you so much. I'm sorry, I just read your comment, and thank you so much. Okay, where am I? I'm lost. I'm lost. Where am I? I've lost the questions. Oh, wait, I found it. I think I'm here. Yes, I am. How to celebrate Yule as a beginner. So, I mean, there's loads and loads of different ways to celebrate Yule, and it really depends on the style that you follow, the tradition. Do you follow the Wiccan form of Yule? Do you follow sort of an adapted Yuletide tradition? Do you celebrate the winter solstice? Lots of options. For Yule, it's largely about getting through the darkest point in the year. From this point onwards, from the winter solstice, it's becoming lighter and brighter. And it's very much about looking towards the future. You might want to be setting up altars, wearing certain things for the season, decorating your home. You might want to be bringing evergreens into the house, holly, ivy, mistletoe, pine, these kind of things. You might want to be doing solar workings to call in the sun as we reach the shortest day and the longest night of the year on the winter solstice. You might want to be celebrating with a feast. You might want to be doing workings for prosperity for the year ahead, to set goals, dreams, ideas for the things you want to achieve going forwards into 2026. It's all about looking forwards. It's about celebrating. We've made it through the darkest part now. Now we're heading closer and closer to the start of the, not the harvest, the start of the growing season again, where we're starting to put things in the ground, reconnect with nature. It's a time of stillness, a time of quiet, a time of calm, where we might want to do meditations, we might want to be doing divinations, working on our inner works, working on inner temples, psychic abilities, these kind of things, to help develop our practice further. I have entire videos on Yule. If you want to check them out, just type Yule into the search bar on my channel and you will find loads and loads of different videos. I do have another one coming out, I'm hoping tomorrow, if I'm unlucky, Friday, just about the way that I'm celebrating Yule. You can do divination, tarot readings, oracle runes. Scrying is a really good one at this time of year because it is about that darkness, especially if you can catch a clear night where you can see the moon in water. It's a really great time to be doing scrying as well. Right, let's have a look. See, I am somewhere over here. Is there a way to have captions on live videos? Unfortunately not. I've tried for such a long time to get captions to work. So basically you have options when you're selecting the Q&A, in that you can have normal latency, low latency, and ultra low latency. The only one that you can have captions on is normal latency. And you'd think, well, Hearth, why don't you just go for normal latency? But the problem with that is there's like a 1 to 2 minute delay on the chat compared to what I'm saying. So it becomes, it's not, there's a little thing that comes up that says like, not recommended for interactive interactive live streams. And I'm like, I'm doing a Q&A, I have to have it be interactive. Because otherwise I'll be like asking you a question and you won't hear me for like 2 minutes. And then I won't get any of your responses for 2 minutes. And by then I could be on like a totally different topic. So I try to get it as quick as possible, so that people know that I'm actually responding to them and I'm not just like responding to something that you typed out like 2 minutes ago, and that you then responded to something I said like 3 minutes ago, you know what I mean? Like, so I really hope that one day they can like speed it up a little bit. But on the playbacks there is always captions. It's just, I never know what's more important. I've always thought that, especially on something so interactive, you hearing me and being able to reply in real time was so important. But if it isn't, let me know, because I can always change it to normal latency if that's something that you would prefer. It would just mean that there'd be like a 4 minute delay, like a 3 or 4 minute delay between what I say, getting a response, and then being able to answer it, if that makes sense. So it wouldn't be as conversational, let's say, if I go to that, but it would mean that there's captions. So let me know what you guys would prefer. Let's have a look, see. Oh, I have no idea. Wait, is that the Conjuring? Wait, sorry, I'm not. Hang on. I'm having a look at this. Is this a thing? I haven't answered any of this. Okay, I've got no idea what's happening here, but I want to know more, and so I'm going to say it anyway because I want to know more. Which is, what's your opinion on the Conjuring house sale stuff? The Conjuring house was for sale? I didn't know that. Was the Conjuring house for sale? That is news to me. Unfortunately, the captions are pretty crap. Oh, there is that. Yeah. Captions and an English accent don't go together. Sometimes it will just totally take a word I've said and just change it entirely. So there is that. I had no idea that that the Conjuring House was for sale. So I've just Googled it, and it says that the auction for the Conjuring House was cancelled after mystery buyer purchases haunted property. A planned Halloween auction for the famed Conjuring House was cancelled after a mystery buyer purchased the property weeks in advance. The 8.5 acre property in Harrisville, RI. Is that Rhode Island? I think that's Rhode Island. Was supposed to hit the market on a single-day auction on October 31st, inciting interest from wealthy celebrities and paranormal fanatics, including comedian Matt Rife and YouTuber Elton Casti. Interesting. I had no idea that this place was even for sale. That's mad. I wonder what's going to happen now. Now, here is a question. Okay, here is a question. Do you believe that the Conjuring House had any of that stuff happening in it? Because I feel like this is now more up for debate than ever before, because I feel like Ed and Lorraine Warren started out maybe being really, really good, and then there's been a lot of debate about it, so I'd love to know if you think that anything really did happen. The Conjuring House sale will lead you into a rabbit hole on YouTube if you so wish. Oh, I know what I'm going to be doing. I'm going to be eating crisps and watching videos about that. You did have a poltergeist, but are the stories true? Who knows? Yeah, so this is the interesting thing that I often find about haunted houses is, and actually there is a book I would recommend if you are interested in any of this, and that is If You Like Uncanny by Danny Robbins, which actually, boy, wait, did I tell you about this? I don't know. My brain is kind of mush. I feel a little hyper right now, to be honest, but we're going to keep going. My car broke down partway through listening to an episode about poltergeists from Danny Robbins in his Uncanny podcast. Now, is that just a coincidence? Honestly, probably, but I find it really interesting that the first time I'm listening to a haunted podcast in my car, I break down. That's weird. It's just a coincidence, but all I'm going to say is once a coincidence, twice is a coincidence, 3 times is a little bit weird. So we'll have to see if it ever happens ever again. But if you ever have the chance to read Uncanny, the book by Danny Robbins, there's so many different accounts from different people who've had experiences that have never been shown before on the podcast or anything. And a few of them where he is asking the people who live there now whether they experienced it and finding people through time who lived in the property. And I find it really interesting. See, I've never had nothing weird ever happens when I listen to podcasts like that. So I know it's just a coincidence, but it's just a really funny coincidence. There's houses where like different people live there, and it's weird how like every other family that lived in the house had weird experiences. So like the person straight after maybe wouldn't, but the person after that would. I think that's really interesting because I wonder if sometimes the energy of the people in the house contributes to whether or not they experience haunted activity. But, and here's sort of the weirder bit of it, if one family experienced a type of haunted activity and the next family didn't, but the family after that did, if it was, I have protections in the car, that's why I know it's a coincidence. It's just a funny coincidence that I just find so entertaining. That like, typical. To be fair, I'd just gone to see the live showing of Uncanny that's in the theatres right now. Like, I just went to go and, like, stage theatre, not movie theatre. And I was driving back from that, listening to the episodes in my car when I broke down. I just think that's so cool. It's just such a coincidence. But I find it really interesting that if one family experienced a haunting in a certain way and the second family didn't, the third family, when they experience the same haunting, will experience it in the exact same way. You would think that if it was the individual that was haunted and not the building, the hauntings would be different, but instead they manifest in the exact same way. Horses is the one that I remember most vividly from the book, but there's loads of different kind of stories and all of that. I just think that's really interesting because maybe the house was actually haunted, But I'm pretty certain that people have said that have lived there since that they never experienced anything weird afterwards. Or maybe that's not that one. Maybe that's a different one. But I find that interesting that maybe the individuals who are living in the house have a bigger influence over whether the haunting manifests than they would perhaps think. So yeah, I just think this is all fascinating. By the way, I should really point out the reason I know that my car didn't break down because of ghosties and ghoulies is because, like, on my MOT they were like, it passes, but this looks a little bit dodgy, you might want to keep an eye on that. And then when I broke down, that was the same thing that went. So, like, I know it wasn't ghosty. I just thought it was a really funny coincidence that, like, ooh, my car broke down. But no, it was literally just that the coolant pipe was a little bit loose and then the coolant pipe came off. Right, here we go. It's merging them together again. Wait. It's the same chat all over again. Oh my goodness. Okay, well, it's done that thing again. You know, when it, like, it merges them together. And I have, like, some questions from the very top of the chat and some questions from the very bottom of the chat all at once. That's weird. Okay, so what I will have to do is, from this point onwards, if you just want to put your questions into the chat, if I haven't answered your question yet, feel free to put it in the chat because they've just smushed together completely. And now I cannot figure out which questions are which. How do you go about making black salt? So black salt has a whole bunch of different recipes out there. Different practitioners are going to have slightly different ones. I'm not going to give you my recipe, but I will give you a recipe. Okay, so usually what it is it's salt in some variety. Could be really coarse salt, could be really fine salt. What I will say is if you want salt to have that black colour, go for fine salt over coarse salt, otherwise you're not going to get that pigment. Ashes from burned incense, all that kind of stuff needs to be sifted ideally, so it's just the ashes. That can go in as well. Charcoal, that's how you make it black. Without the charcoal, it just ends up being like a pale grey kind of colour. Charcoal, grind it up into a powder, put it in. Be careful, please use a ventilator. You will be crying black and blowing your nose and having black come out for weeks if you don't use a ventilator when you're doing this. Mix it all in, stir in your intentions, stir in your magic. You might want to go counterclockwise if you want it to be more for cleansing. You might want to be going clockwise if it's more for protection. Charge it with your energy, add in any herbs that you want, add in any additional somethings if you want. Powdered herbs are really great, but you can also use just like ground herbs as well. Depends on how fine you want it to be. Store it in a nice safe place. You can put protection symbols on the outside of it as well if you want extra protection, and then just decant and use it as necessary. Yeah, activated charcoal is amazing for it. Just, yeah, please ventilate. And I don't just mean open windows, I mean ventilator, because otherwise it goes literally everywhere and you will find it everywhere all of the time. Right. I actually gave the recommendation for the book on crystal balls about 3 hours ago, I think. But so if you want to go back on the live stream, like once it's posted, it will be there if you want more in depth. Ooh, I'm losing all of my books. Sorry. The Magician's Table's nearly slid onto the floor. This is the one that I have in my collection. This is Scrying the Secrets of the Future by Cassandra Eason. But we went like fully in depth earlier on in this one. Let's have a look, see. What are the best middle path entities to work with? I'm going to need a definition on middle path. That would be really great, because obviously different people use different terms to mean different things, so any clarification on that would be amazing. I have already answered the question though about memorable magical experiences. I did that one earlier as well. Let's have a look, see where I am. Can you work with venerated deity intuitively without doing intensive lore research? Yes and no. I would just make sure, it doesn't apply to all of them, but some deities are a little bit more specific than others, and they have a lot of dislikes. And so I would just double check beforehand that any offerings, anything like that, is not something that goes against something that they like. Like, make sure that it's either neutral or good rather than something that they really, really dislike. To be fair, a lot of deities do kind of go for the same things. Candles, energy, time, incense, food, drink, that kind of thing. But some are very, very specific. So I would say once you sort of get an idea of the kind of offerings and the kind of figure that they are, then you can start doing intuitive. But I would just make sure that you don't accidentally scupper a relationship totally by accident. Have you read Ensouling the Effigy yet? No. Okay, so here's the reason for it. I stock it on my store. Well, we actually sold out of all the copies that I had. So I'm waiting for a restock on Ensouling the Effigy. Also, I feel like I don't plug this enough. If you are in the UK and you would like spell candles and ritual books and tarot decks, I have a website. It's called The Witch's Heart. thewitchesheart.co.uk. Singular heart belonging to a singular witch, not singular heart multiple witches. Meaning witches doesn't have an E in the middle of it. It's just witch. S, like it should have an apostrophe, but anyway, it's linked in my description box. And if I get any new book releases, often from Crossed Crow, they go on there if you would like to go and check them out. I also do the events where I sell them at events. Just gonna throw that out there. I'm waiting for the hardback edition, is the honest answer to this. I am waiting for the hardback edition because it's going to be beautiful, and I just know it's going to be beautiful. At least I hope it's going to be beautiful. And so I am waiting on that. Otherwise, I would have pinched one out of my stock because technically I purchased it, so that I could read it. But no, I'm desperate to wait for the hardback. So all of my copies went at the last event that I did in Nottingham. So I need to get some more, because yeah, I'm pretty low. Actually, am I pretty low on books? Wait, what do I? Hang on. This is going to be like the worst plug ever. It's not actually. I'm just genuinely curious. I forget what I have. Let's see. Do I have any in right now? Because I might have one if I do. I have A Witch's Guide to Fetch Work, Awakening the Witch Blood, Brownies and Bogles, Consorting with Spirits. Do I? Hecate's Garden. I'm actually out of most of the ones from Crossed Crow, so I'm gonna have to get some more of those. And when I do, then I will get Ensouling the Effigy, and it will be amazing. I know it's gonna be so good. I know it's going to be incredible. People have already said, oh, Joe's already said it's a great book. I know it's going to be a good book. It's going to be so, so good. So, yeah, but I'm just a sucker for hardbacks. You know what I'm like with my Troy books? I have to have the hardbacks. They're just so beautiful. So, yeah, I'm still on the lookout. Let's have a look-see. What are your thoughts on mind magic? Maybe a video made about this topic. Mind magic as in like magic with nothing other than your mind and your energy? Or mind magic as in inner work where you're going into an inner temple that's inside your mind in order to do spells and rituals? Both of them are really cool. I need to do a video on inner work because the inner temple is so useful. And it's one of the first things that I learned in my magical practice, and I've used it ever since. And actually, interestingly, my inner temple has never changed in all of the time I've been doing it, which I think it's really interesting because you would think that your inner temple would change over time. But no, it's like I walked into my inner temple and it just never changed, even though I did as a person, which I think is kind of cool. Thought you said middle class entities. No, no, not middle class entities. By middle path, I mean entities that don't have a strong affinity for either angelic or demonic, kind of like in between. Oh, well, most things I think you'd be pretty safe with. I mean, fair folk, pretty okay with. Nature spirits, land wights. What else could we be working with? Elementals, you'd be fine with. Plant allies, plant spirits. Animal spirits you'd be okay with too. Ancestors, human spirits that aren't ancestors, servitors, fetches. Most mer spirits you'd be totally fine. Actually, I think probably all mer spirits you'd be fine with. Some of them are a bit sassy, but you'll be okay. They're not like demonic. They're just like a bit sassy and can have a bad mood sometimes. Off the top of my head, that's the majority that I can think of that you'd be pretty comfortable and safe with. Obviously, though, in that you will have like some that walk the line between like demon and other spirit, just because the classifications tend to be a little bit vague. So you might find that for one person, they might classify a member of the Fae as being a demon, and then another person would classify them as being a Fae. So for the most part, as long as you sort of stick to like the middle, like comfortable space, you'd be pretty okay with most of those, especially things like land wights, genus loci, nature spirits, plant allies, animal spirits, ancestors, and like servitors. Familiars for the most part, as long as you aren't straying into like the demon territory, which you can sometimes. Trying to think. And yeah, water spirits, mer spirits. I mean, I'll be honest, I don't like working with them because they're not particularly nice, but they're not demonic. They're just not that friendly. And most fair folk, there are some though on that lower end where you might be kind of questioning what you'd be dealing with here, just because they are so close in some ways. So like for some people, a boggart would be classed as like a demon because of its behaviour, when for the most part they're classified as fair folk because that's the majority of the classification that they fit into. Yeah, mer spirits, so any sort of water spirits, mer spirits, they aren't, just in my experiences with them, they aren't that easy to deal with. So that's something just to bear in mind. They tend to be quite temperamental. They're quite grumpy. That might just be the ones that I've had experiences with. So I do just want you to bear that in mind. They try to like, well, the one particular one I'm thinking of attempted to, how would I best describe it? Grab our attention and pull us towards the water. Not physically, more like this like draw. Really weird, bizarre experience. Don't want to go through that again. So yeah, are the fair folk the Fae? Yes. So it really depends on which side of it you would want to go on. You can work with the Seelie and Unseelie courts, though do bear in mind I tend to not personally, just because they aren't particularly the members that come forward for me. They are more sticklers for rules, requirements. They're very strict in what they do, very black and white. They're also the ones that are more likely to be tricky in what they say and what they ask for, and you need to be more careful with the Seelie and Unseelie courts, personally. The lower Fae, while you might think they'd be harder to deal with, I actually find are more individual. So individual to individual, they're going to be very unique. And so their likes, dislikes are going to be different. So I find them in that regard to be a lot easier to deal with, personally. See, that's the thing. Mer spirits are okay if you don't mind drowning. Yeah, the mer spirits, they sort of fall in a classification that is a little on their own. They sort of sit between elementals and Fae. And there's a crossover between them, so it's kind of hard to know whether what you're dealing with is a Fae or an elemental in some cases. Just don't allow them to draw you into the water at night. We made the mistake of going to a beach at 2 a.m, okay? It was our fault. But it was a really, really strange experience, that one. So it's, yeah, I think for the most part, you'd actually probably be hard-pressed to work with angels and demons straight off the bat, just because they're not as accessible as other spirits out there. Right, let's have a look, see where am I loved the Uncanny book so much. Is there anything similar anyone would recommend? So there's a book, I actually don't know if I'd recommend it, actually, thinking about it. This is going to be a really convoluted way of finding out what this book is called. So the author is the guy who does Coast, the TV show in the UK. I was that kid that was obsessed with it. Hang on, let me see if I can. Neil Oliver, okay. And then Neil Oliver wrote a book about ghosts. It is called Hauntings, a Book of Ghosts and Where to Find Them, across 25 eerie British locations. That was a convoluted way of finding it, wasn't it? Let's pick a random TV show and go through the cast list. For longer than recorded history, there have been tales of spirits and of places where our hackles rise and our skin turns cold. Best-selling historian Neil Oliver travels the British Isles on a deliciously spine-chilling tour that spans several centuries and explores more than 20 sites, castles, vicarages and towers, lonely shorelines and forgotten battlefields, to unpick their stories. Oliver invokes his family's history alongside that of kings and queens past as he probes why our emotions and senses are heightened in certain locations where the separation between dimensions seems gossamer thin. Our landscape is riven with these places, creaking from the weight of the secrets they hold, the echoes of tragedy and dark deeds. From Inverness to Devon, Co-Dublin to Norfolk, Hauntings casts an enjoyably eerie glow with stories that, told generation after generation, are inextricable from place and considers why they matter. So that's that one from Neil Oliver. What I will say about it is that it doesn't quite go down the same route as Uncanny. So Uncanny is very individual people's experiences with the unexplained. Whereas the Neil Oliver book very much goes into, here are the physical reasons why you might feel uncomfortable. Here are the historical sources about these locations. It's not quite got the same vibe. I prefer Uncanny by Danny Robbins. But if you're more interested in the haunted locations and the history behind them, then the Neil Oliver book just comes at it from a totally different stance. It's less personal and more historic. So that's, I've got the hiccups again. That's that one. Let's have a look, see where I am. I am, how do you enchant your items and ingredients? Draw up energy, focus on my intention and push it out. That really is as detailed as I can get with that, because that's just how I've always done it. Have you accessed the Akashic records? If so, how and what did you learn? I haven't knowingly, but it is basically just through highly intensive deep meditation over time that allows us to travel through. A good book that covers the journey of it is Witchcraft by D'Angelis. That one goes into how we traverse the different planes to get to the Akashic at the very end. So that could be something to look into. Let's have a look, see. Bam, bam, bam. May I ask, who is or was your goddess? I'm not sure if you're talking to me or somebody else, because everything's just in the chat now. But for anybody who is curious, who wants to know, Ceridwen, Brigid and Kaunos are the ones that I work with personally. But I'd love to know what deities you particularly work with. Anybody and everybody, if you fancy including it or not, that's totally fine. Let me know and let's see what everybody and who everybody works with. Was wondering if Ensouling the Effigy might be a book club option. Would you like it to be? I'll warn you, it's quite thick. It's about this thick. It's quite dense. It's maybe like, it's more like that than this. Oh, than this. It's quite dense. But if you would like it to be, so the plan with the book club, for anybody who wasn't here earlier, it's a witchcraft book club where we're focusing solely on witchcraft and paganism education books. So at the minute it wouldn't be non-fiction, just because we have a range of ages and a range of different interests. But when it comes to the witchcraft, what it would be is we would choose a book by poll in the Patreon. So if you have any books that you would like to read in your to be read pile that are fairly accessible for people, feel free to put them in the comments after the live stream and I can sift through them and add them to the list. So you guys will all be picking the books on Patreon that you would like to read that month, or the book that you would like to read. And the first one, we're going to need quite a small book because I'm thinking of doing it in January. But after that point, it would be every 2 or 3 months to give people the chance to read it if they are slow readers or they are just really, really busy. And then we're going to be doing the book club via what am I trying to say here? It's not a live stream, it's a Zoom call type thing, I think, where we can have like multiple people talking about their experiences at the same time. I think that's what I'm hoping for. We'll have to see how that goes. It's a bit of trial and error at the minute, but if you want to be involved in that, that's over on the Patreon. So let's have a look-see at what we've got over here. Bridget, Hecate, and starting to get to know the Morrigan. Hecate and Gaia, Hecate, Nyx. I always say this wrong. Kaliak, is that right? Persephone, Mother Nature. Ooh, I'm excited for our pagan moot meeting. Honestly, it would be kind of like that, wouldn't we? What are some? I just saw one here. What are some witchcraft authors that you don't recommend? I see a lot of book recommendations, but there has to be authors that have bad info. Oh, there are a lot. And I'm gonna be really honest. I'm always really honest, but I'm gonna be extra honest and say that I don't like talking about authors that I don't like or whose books I don't like for a reason. And that's I talk about it less now than ever before because they can and have the ability to remove videos, demonetize things, and in some cases like take you to court if they think that what you have said is stopping people from purchasing their books. And this is my job. And I really don't want to lose my job. And so that's why what will often happen is if somebody will say a book that I really, really don't like, I will sort of pull a face, say a few vague things that I don't like about it, and then that's it. Whereas if I really like a book, I will then start gushing about that book and I'll start gushing about the author. It's a difficult one because as much as I would absolutely love to be brutal in some cases to certain books, I don't want to risk what I have here. But I will always try to say, like, if you say a book to me or you say an author to me and you're like, do you recommend this author? I will be like, personally, in my opinion, not really. And so that's how I try to do it. On Patreon, I do feel a little bit more free to be harsher. And so some of the things that we might be doing in the book the book club is actually like bookshelf of shame books. I can say that there are certain authors that have written very, very transphobic books that I really, really don't like. There are AI generated authors that I really, really, really don't like. And there are just some people that I wouldn't personally support, but I obviously can't tell you what you should or shouldn't do. And therefore, you see what I mean? You have to be so careful because maybe not in the witchcraft community, but in the book review community, you can get taken to court, and that's kind of really, really scary just for sharing like an opinion on a book that you didn't like. But what I will say is I don't like AI generated authors, and I don't like people who like purposefully and knowingly like isolate people in the community. I think that's really, really harsh. But what I will say, okay, maybe this is something I should say here. What I might do is I might have a Goodreads account in the future. Maybe I may or may not, where I maybe review the books that I read, perhaps, potentially, because that is a lot. It's not going to be like as big a thing as if I were to do it like really publicly to like 15,000 people, you know. I think it's perceived differently. It's a book review website, like it's what it's for. So I may or may not end up doing that in the future. Hint, hint. Okay. Let's have a look. See. So we have Hecate, Ceridwen, Athena, Aphrodite, Apollo. Oh my goodness. Asclepios, Hermes, Mars, the Wiccan goddess and the Wiccan god, Lilith, Let's have a look. See, Hecate, Apollo, and the Morrigan, Mother Gaia, Lady Lilith, Hecate, Maria de Guadalupe. I'm hoping that's right. Oh my goodness. So I'm noticing that there's quite a few like crossovers here. Lilith, there's quite a few like if there was a Venn diagram, there'd be quite a few with bits in the middle. Jason Miller, I quite like the books of Jason Miller. What I will say is, as far as I have read so far, I have read Psychic Self-Defense and Consorting with Spirits. The work tends to be a little bit too ceremonial for me. But that doesn't necessarily mean that it would be too ceremonial for somebody else. I just find that because I primarily work with lower magic, folk magic, that it's just a little bit too ritualistic for me. But somebody who much prefers ritualistic style magic is going to have a great time with it. You know, it really, really just depends on how you resonate with your magical practice in that regard. Let's have a look, see. Have a look. I am somewhere over here. Oh my goodness, I do not know where I am. I just moved next to a graveyard. How might this affect the spirits I encounter? Okay, so there's an interesting thing about graveyards and cemeteries that I think a lot of horror movies in particular get totally wrong. And that is that cemeteries for the most part are pretty quiet spirit-wise. Because you think about who's in that cemetery. You have people who've lived long lives, who've passed over, they've gone to somewhere else. Or you have people who maybe haven't passed over, but they're not going to be in the graveyard because the graveyard doesn't really mean anything to them. So either they're going to be at the place where they died, or they could be going about their day-to-day lives without realizing, or they might be around people that they care about, their family members, their friends. They might even be in objects that mean something to them. So for the most part, cemeteries are pretty quiet. I'll tell you one thing that I see a lot in cemeteries. And there's one particular cemetery in particular that I have been to. Well, technically it's a graveyard because it's attached to a church. But walking through this graveyard, there's one grave where somebody is attached to the grave. And they're very, very grumpy. They're very, very not happy. And I think that's the reason why they're stuck there, is because they're very, very not happy about something that has happened in the local area. I think it might actually be something that's happened in the church. Like, maybe it was while they were alive, maybe it was after they passed away. Somebody came in, took control, or did something to the church that they're not happy with, and they're still there. They're a very she's a very high class lady, very, very finely dressed, with a very beautiful gravestone. Well, it's more like a tombstone, to be honest. It's huge. With that crystal set into it. At least I believe that's who it is. Because that's where she always appears, is right by that tombstone. Anyway, but the other thing I find interesting that you will see a lot in graveyards is when you walk through, especially at liminal times, and you will see people coming to put flowers on a grave. Except they're not real. Well, they're not corporeal. So in the same graveyard, I remember walking down the path. There's a path that goes through the trees, and then on the right, you've got loads of gravestones going up. And then on the left, you've got loads of gravestones going down. But it's very wooded. There's loads of trees. So I'm walking through, and I see a man wearing a black suit with yellow roses, laying these roses on a grave. And at first I'm thinking, it's quite unusual that, actually, because this graveyard is very, very old. Like, there are a few new graves, but for the most part, you're talking 1600s through to the 1800s, right? You're not really talking modern. So I'm thinking, that's really lovely that somebody's remembering a long gone family member. Until I blink, walk past a tree, and the man just completely disappears. And then I realise, actually, that man was never there in the first place. Or perhaps he was just so long ago that he's gone now, and he still comes to put flowers on the grave of somebody, but he's also dead. So he's putting the flowers on the gravestone of somebody who's also dead whilst he is also dead. Very, very strange. And that's something that you will actually find a lot, is people will often report seeing phantom people walking between the stones or laying flowers on gravestones and then just poof, gone, disappeared into thin air. For the most part, graveyards are very energetically peaceful because the people who are there aren't really there. They're there, but they're not there. Like, they're off with their family members, or they're off doing the next life, or whatever it is that we go to afterwards. I think that's a really interesting thing that people often get wrong in movies in particular about cemeteries. If anything, I'd say that the places that are the worst for haunted activity are hospitals. Hospitals are vile for energy, and they do an amazing job. That's not me saying anything about that, but when you have a place that has so much stress and anxiety and fear and death in a lot of cases, it is sticky. It is like sticky and gooey, and it latches onto you, and it's not a pleasant place to be. And of all of the submissions I've had so far about the ghostly encounters, some of the worst ones are hospitals. Anywhere where there was a great deal of fear and death, there comes a lot of hauntings. And you would think that hospitals wouldn't be as bad as cemeteries, but they definitely are really, really bad. Ooh, psychiatric hospitals are the worst. Yeah, it does not surprise me at all, because those are the places where people latch onto because of the fear and because of the trauma and all of that kind of stuff. It makes it very difficult for spirits to let go. I don't like being in hospitals. I will leave as quickly as I possibly can. And in some cases, that will be my hypochondria, and that's because of my OCD. But in a lot of cases, it's because the energy of the place just feels, it feels so sticky. Sticky. And I know that there's a lot of places now, like housing estates being built on old psychiatric hospitals. And I've got to say, I personally wouldn't touch them with a barge pole. Some people are not sensitive at all. They would not have any problems whatsoever. But I do think, this is why I think it's really important, if you're looking to buy a new house, that you look up the land and you also go and at least go to the area vaguely to get an idea of what you're dealing with. Because a lot of the time you might be buying, especially if you're buying off plan, then you might not know the energy of that space until it's too late. So I would always make sure that you sort of at least learn a little bit about the area first, just to make sure. Let's have a look, see what do we have here. Oh my goodness, thank you so much. Very happy Mondays. Have you read anything good regarding synchronization? Okay, I'm just going to double check that this means what I think it means. Because off the top of my head, I don't know if I necessarily have synchronization. So I'm assuming this is, say, like things linking up. So like numbers. I get numbers all the time. For me, I know something is going right when I get double numbers. 22, 22, 02, 02, 17, 17. I know that things are going okay. So is that what you're referring to when it comes to synchronicity? I've seen it being mentioned in other things. So say you will get a book about numerology. They will talk about the number phenomena and the synchronicity in that regard. Or if you're looking into a book about signs and symbols or dreams and their meanings, they'll talk about it a little bit, but they won't like dive into it. So I don't have anything in my collection. Oh, here we go, Joe. Oh, you're always coming in clutch with the book reviews. How you read so fast. I'm so jealous. The recent book, Polish Folk Magic by Joanna Tarnowska, talks about synchronization quite a bit, but it's very regional. Oh, okay, that's interesting. That's a book that I'm tempted to add into my collection, but also I don't necessarily need I would be reading it simply out of curiosity, not out of like a desire to practice it, if that makes any sense. So then I'm like, but I have limited bookshelf space, but also I would love to be able to tell people whether it's good or not. So yeah, I don't know. Let's have a look, see. And thank you so much, Monkberry Moon. Oh, you have such a cool name. Thank you so much. Get yourself a sweet little something to eat in your mug. Oh, I will, most definitely. I bought hot chocolate and vanilla syrup today, and I think that's what I'm going to be living off for the entire rest of the winter. What can I say? I'm a fiend for chocolate. I can't help it. And so I can't keep getting hot chocolate from places. I have to start making it. And so that will be my little sweet treat. I also have a Christmas mug. I have like a Christmas tree mug that I keep in my cupboard all year, and I never take it out. And now it's time to shine. So that's what I'm going to be doing when I get up here. And it's going to be so good. Okay, let's have a look. See. Let's have a look. Where was I? Okay, what's everyone's preferred animal or animal-like spirits to work with? Mine would have to lean towards bees and kelpies. Ooh, you don't often hear of people working with kelpies anymore. That's interesting. What would mine be? Deer, hare, foxes and cats, probably, because I'm cliche, and also I live in the British Isles, and that's why they line up so much. Let's have a look, see. I have the same feeling about monastery ruins. You know what? Same. Actually the same. So like I went to Yorkshire. Yes. And there's a few big monasteries there that were destroyed in the Reformation. I realised that I live in England, and that's very, very regional history. So Henry VIII decided he wanted to control religion, basically. And this is a very, 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 very brief version. Okay, so Henry VIII decided he wanted to control religion. He did not want to fall under... It was the Roman Empire, wasn't it? Wasn't it the Holy Roman Empire? I'm sure. Anyway, he wanted to get a divorce, and the church said, nah, 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 and he went, you know what I'm going to do then? I'm going to own the church. And when he did that, he basically reformed religion, and he destroyed monasteries. And I do mean, like, absolute and total annihilation. Like, hundreds of years of history were just demolished. And if you didn't conform, you weren't around for very long. He made himself the head of the English church. He was the head of the English church, wasn't it? I'll be honest, I'm not very... I like the more like little folk history rather than Henry VIII's history. But I do love Tudor history. And essentially in doing so, he flattened hundreds of years of history, destroyed any religious building that didn't conform with what he wanted, and with that came a lot of death and a lot of destruction. And when you walk into these ruined monasteries, it feels eerie. Like, I don't know how else to describe it. You walk into these ruins and it feels like everybody's still there in a really, really weird way. Like, it's like you're walking around and they're walking around with you, but they're not there anymore because everything happened so quickly. It was just gone. And there's such beautiful, like where I went had like beautiful columns that were left behind, and you could see where all of the foundations were, and they were very, very intricately built. Like they had like little back rooms where people could bring food in without being seen for like religious ceremonies and stuff. It's really interesting, but they have this eerie, haunted quality. And a lot of people do talk about seeing monks. That's a big thing in England, is the seeing of religious figures. Particularly monks are seen all of the time up and down the country, as well as hooded religious figures are also really commonplace as well to be seen. And that singular event basically shaped how we perceive ghosts and the hauntings that we have today, because of that massive turmoil that happened. I've got a book all about the Tudors that I need to reread because I'm gonna be honest, it's one of those, like, it's the point in history where like everything changed. Just because Henry VIII wanted another wife, he decided to completely change everything. And when you think about it, this is a tangent, right? But when you think about it, things would have been so different if that didn't happen. Now, whether for better or for worse, I don't know. But he basically made himself the most infamous ruler to have ever lived in England. Just because he married so many people. That's it. He basically destroyed the entire country and its foundations simply because he wanted to marry somebody else. Which, honestly, that is impressive dedication, but you would not want to have been chosen by Henry VIII at all. Right, let's have a look-see. They were very high drama. It was, everything was super dramatic. And I'm currently looking into, it's something I'm researching for a video actually, is the Anne Boleyn, because she was accused of being a witch. That's one of the ways that Henry was trying to get rid of her. I think it was before he accused her of adultery, and was that he accused her of being a witch because she had 6 fingers on one hand. And I think that's really interesting how even like we're sort of after wait, I need to check my things. But I think we're at the most part sort of after the height of the witch trials, are we not? I'm not sure. Let me just double check. Because they were earlier in the UK than they were in America. No. Yeah, 15th. Wait, I'm confused. It's late. Pre-witch trials. Yes, it was, wasn't it? It was 14. And then they were 15 to 18. Yes. So I'm wondering, and this is not for the video, this is me just being genuinely curious. How, with the publicity of that event, what would have changed about the witch trials if he had never made that accusation? Because they started looking out for extra fingers. And I wonder if they would have ever done that if it hadn't have been for that. Anyway, curiouser and curiouser. Sharing the surname of Howard makes me a little uneasy with King Henry VIII. He killed 2 potential relations, yeah. I mean, when you think he took out so many people. That living in a Tudor court must have been the most terrifying experience. Because at any minute, favour could have been changed, whims, like anything. And especially the period afterwards when you go Protestant, Catholic, Protestant, Catholic, Protestant, Catholic. That must have been stressful as hell. Like, I would love to go back. I would love to go back to experience what Tudor England was like. As long as I was exempt from the disease and the religion and Henry. That's true. A lot of it did come from James I. It's just the sheer publicity of it, I think. It's like, I always wonder how the witch trials would have gone if there were no pamphlets and if there was no Witchfinder. Because when you think about the percentage of people that were killed in England, the majority of them were in Essex because of Witchfinder General. I wonder how that would have all changed. Like, would the hysteria have gone so fast? I think it's that, and even like the accusations, like, you know, when people were being tried and they were being interrogated, like, I wonder if the spread of information hadn't gone from one trial to another, would the people have known what to say to prove that they were a witch, just to stop it from happening, just to stop the torture from happening? And even just the interrogations, it must have been terrifying. Like, you were sleep deprived, you didn't have food and water, you were being shouted at. Like, it must have been absolutely awful. I just wonder what would have happened if people hadn't have known. That would have been so cool. Oh my goodness, that would be so cool. Sorry, I just read a comment. That would be so cool. I want to learn more about this. This is the topic that I'm diving into more, because I know a lot about little bits of it, but I don't know a great deal about the masses of it. And I'd love to learn more about the masses of it. So I need to get loads of books on the topic to dive into this. But yeah, it's just one of them. If the spread of information had not been so extreme with it, then people maybe wouldn't have known what to say. And then things could have been totally different. Oh, interesting. Oh yeah, I mean, Matthew Hopkins was just a vile person, wasn't he? But I also find that, this is a real tangent, I find it interesting that Wales basically avoided the witch trials. They didn't really have the same level of superstition around witchcraft. It wasn't perceived in the same way. And I believe that the only trials that were carried out in Wales were carried out by English judges who went over. And it was only really the borderlands between England and Wales that really saw the trials. Wales really got so lucky because the country, it's because I just read he on the screen, the country basically missed the witch hysteria almost entirely. And, but Scotland by far got the worst of it. Like, just the Pit and Ween witch trials were just horrific to learn about. Just the amount of sadness and heartbreak that came out of one trial. But yeah, I didn't know that. Is Essex known as witch country? That doesn't surprise me. Yeah, that really doesn't surprise me. This is something I've never really looked into massively into Matthew Hopkins. I've only really seen reference of him sort of briefly. Wasn't he paid to get the witches? Like, wasn't that the thing that, I mean, all the judges got paid, but like, didn't he earn a lot of money from basically getting random people and accusing them of witches? Or did I just imagine that? I might have just imagined that. I recommend reading How to Kill a Witch. It's a book on Scottish witch trials. Yeah. And whose idea was that? Sorry, the finding... What... If you want justice to actually run its course, why would you pay people to find accused witches? Because surely the fastest way to then make a crap ton of money is to go to people who are struggling and say, hey, if you accuse somebody of being a witch, I'll give you a cut of what I earn. Bad idea. Oh, well, that's good. At least he didn't live for very long. I don't really believe in heaven and hell and all of that stuff, but I really hope that wherever he is, he's being interrogated all of the time. That would be nice. It's an awful business model, isn't it? Like, I know you're struggling. I'll give you some money if you accuse that woman of being a witch. Like, whoever thought that was a good idea? Come on, people, common sense. Like, I know it was a long time ago, but still. Right. Paying people to find or remove things has proven itself to be a poor idea repeatedly in history. Oh, it has. Well, that's the thing, yeah. It was never about justice. The entire thing was just a money-making racket for a few people and absolute terror and fear for everybody else. And it just became a case of who was going to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. And it wouldn't surprise me if it did start all over again, to be honest. It wouldn't surprise me because I feel like people are often scared of things they don't understand. And just because you don't understand something doesn't mean that it's bad. And also, if bad things happen, that doesn't mean blame somebody else. Sometimes bad things just happen. But yeah, these things just keep repeating themselves. You would think that we would learn by now, but alas not. Right, any advice on using magic to make friends? I'm asking mainly because I'm 33 and everyone is too busy or not interested. And I'm not sure magic can help when it requires other people to consent. I'm going to be really interested here. I'm not really interested, really honest here in this topic, is that I experienced the exact same thing. And I think it's the reality for a lot of people. I'm saying that not to be like, oh, you're just in a bad situation. No, I'm saying that in like a genuinely, I don't think that this situation has anything bad about, is anything bad about you or your circumstances or your ability to make friends or anything like that. I think a lot of people just find it that you reach a point where everybody has a family. Everybody has really, really intense jobs. People are moving away. They're moving for work or they have other commitments. And you do get to a point where you feel like you don't have any friends. So maybe what I would say is instead of aiming towards people, instead perhaps aim towards situations. Aim towards situations where you might have the ability to encounter more people. and to have that connection with people, whether you fancy playing, I don't know, Dungeons and Dragons, or whether you want to go to an in-person book club. Maybe you like colouring and want to go to like a colouring group, or perhaps there's just a walking group in your area, you know. Perhaps try and work towards creating opportunities to meet people. That could be just going to a show, going to a witchcraft event. You know, aim for situations rather than people if you're worried about having to deal with people's consent when it comes to spells and rituals. Let's have a look. See, is there a place, or do you have an email where I can send some of my spiritual experiences? Oh, so are these like general experiences, or is this for the like the ghost episodes? Because obviously that's going to change what how I respond to that. Let's have a look. See, I really like Adventure Time's view on how society happens, where it was like the more powerful people made the rules and took the best resources for themselves and used the lesser powerful people. I've never seen Adventure Time, and I feel like I need to. I feel like it has such a good perspective on things. Both. So if you go onto any of the ghost episodes, actually, is it any of them? No, ghost episodes specifically. In the description box, there's a link that says if you want to submit your own spiritual experiences, click here. And that will take you to a Google Doc form where you can put all the information in. You can do voice notes, video, not very big though, so that's not maybe the best way of doing it. And you can do Word documents, big text. If you want to just type it in, you can stay anonymous, or you can put your like social media username on there as well. That's fine, whatever you fancy. And yeah, send that in, and it might end up being in another episode if that's something that you'd want. Do you like Has-Been Hotel? I'm obsessed. I've never actually seen it. I see people talking about it, but I have never watched it myself, so I will have to. I'll add it to the list. I'm currently rewatching The Order, which, if you haven't seen it, for the witchcraft, more specifically for the ceremonial coven aspect, it's really, really interesting. I will emphasize that it is based off reality very loosely, but it is really just engaging. I just really enjoy it. It's got werewolves, it's got magicians, because they're ceremonial, so they're ceremonial magicians. I like the fact that they added that in. Yeah, really interesting, but they cancelled it after 2 seasons, and I am still mad about it. I am still mad about lots of shows that they cancel, but Netflix seems to have this thing for cancelling shows. So, yeah, if you want to check it out, it's good. Okay, let's have a look, see if there's anything else before I go and have my hot chockey, because I'm like a child and I just want my hot chockey. Okay. Oh, that's a good question. I don't know the answer to it, but that makes me wonder, are there any books about witchcraft in the West, like Wild West cowboy country? Oh. I mean, it wouldn't surprise me, but I wouldn't surprise me if there was witchcraft occurring. I just don't know if anybody has written anything about it. Would anything be left about it? That's also a good question, because I suppose, wasn't Wild West in America Victorian era in England? And the experiences and the dynamic is very, very different, because obviously, like, you're in, especially the Wild West, you know, like deserty country, wooden buildings. Preservation just isn't the same as Victorian England, for instance. So I wonder if there's anything left from the Wild West. I was just about to say that, Paul, you beat me to it. There's a book called New World Witchery, and I've never read it, but I've had it in my to be read pile for a long time because I really wanted to check it out and see what it was like. I don't know what it covers though, so maybe it covers it, maybe not, I don't know. Let's have a look, see. Are you finally finished with your house, and are you getting a pet? I already have a pet, actually. I have a little puppy. She's called Cleo, and she is adorable. The house, never. My bathroom is half destroyed. The office is half destroyed. The kitchen needs to be redone. I've got a lot that I still need to do. And it's not like I've been here for years or anything. Any advice with working with Egyptian deities, particularly Bastet? I've struggled to find any good, reliable books on her and that pantheon in general. I know it's not your thing per se, but... Ooh, okay, so what I think is maybe best, because I know nothing. I'm going to be really honest. I learned about Egypt when I was in year 5, and I haven't not really looked at it since. But I will open this up to anybody else, as always it is anyway. If anybody has any good books on Egyptian deities, preferably ones that aren't like super cliche and very, very beginner, that would be amazing, because I know that most of the books that are really easy to find are sort of like very vague. Ooh, that's a good thought. There is a book series that is coming out at the minute called Pantheon. And I'm curious as to if they have, or if they're going to do books on every pantheon, because they've done Pantheon the Irish, Pantheon the Norse, Pantheon the Minoans. Ooh, are they going to do... Problem is I can't search for them specifically because they're all by different authors. Pantheon. I'll have to keep an eye out for that because... Oh, wait, there is! Wait, there is! Hang on. Sorry, I'm overexcited. I don't know how good it's going to be. Okay? I don't know how good it's going to be. It's called Pantheon the Egyptians by Robert Hearn. It's aimed at the person who has an interest in the beliefs and rituals of ancient Egypt, but has yet to put ideas into practice. Okay. But with also... with enough detail to also appeal to the more experienced practitioner. Robert Hearn's new book interweaves history with theology, philosophy, ethics, and mysticism, with some practical advice on how to engage with the deities and spirits of the ancient land. Interesting. The paperback book is only £7.17. How many pages is it? 200. It's not massively big. Ooh. I don't know of anything more because you're probably going to have to go maybe academic sources, just because you actually don't find that many books. You find a lot of books going into like Celtic and Irish and a lot of the Norse and Greek pantheons, but not so much about the Egyptians. They need to do that. I'll keep an eye out. I will definitely keep an eye out when I'm going through the new book releases. See if I can find anything interesting, because there's always stuff coming out, and hopefully somebody will have something soon if it isn't out already. Oh yeah, that's the Pantheon series from the book videos. They're not like super in depth, but I would hope that they would have a decent bibliography that you can then go off from there. Sadly, nobody's put a written review in, but it's got 4.6 out of 5 stars so far, but then we don't know how experienced any of those people actually are. Okay. I think I'm going to have to go soon. So I'm going to finish up the last few, and then I'm going to go and have my hot chocolate, because that's going to be very nice. And I bought these little fancy cheese things. They're so fancy, and I'm so not that I don't know what they're called, but they were in the Christmas section and they looked delicious. So I'm going to I get embarrassed by myself. I say things and I'm like, why am I like this? Why am I who I am today? I start speaking like Winifred Sanderson. Oh, cruel world. Anyway, you can tell it's late. I'm starting to go loopy. Have you heard of mycorrhizal networks? Mycorrhizal networks. That's a lot of R's. Mycorrhizal, like mushrooms talking to each other? Mycorrhizal, like the constant thing that goes around the world of mushrooms just having a chat with each other and connecting trees together? That? Let me check. It is! I knew my biology degree would be good for something. I think it's so fascinating, and actually I think it's Oh wait, I didn't even read the rest of the blooming comment. It literally tells me what it is. I'm an idiot. It's okay. I think it's so fascinating because, if anything, it shows the world in a way that a lot of pagan, spiritually earth-minded people have already sort of assumed, in that everything is connected to one another. Like, even if it might not seem like it's connected to one another, everything is connected because there's so much cohabitation and everything going on. I think it just adds an extra layer to it. And also, science. Love me a good science bit. Looking at, do you have any experience with astral projection? Yes, I really enjoy it. Well, most of the time. 9 times out of 10, I really enjoy it, and I've just always been able to do it. It's taking me a long time though to get to the point where I can do it again. Like, I used to do it. I used to be able to control when I did it when I was a child, but as I've gotten older, I'm finding it harder and harder. So I'm having to like go in and actually learn how to do it, which is actually so difficult to do. It's so much easier when you do it completely by accident. Okay. Oh, I'm glad I'm not alone. Hi, Maddie. Fellow OCDer have a you know what I mean. Yeah, I think if anything, that's why I like mentioning it, because then it makes people feel less alone. I know it makes me feel less alone anyway when I know that other people feel the same way. So, with that being said, I am going to go and head off for my hot chocolate. I hope that you've had a good evening. I will be posting this afterwards. I just need to wait for it to load, buffer. I don't really know what it does, but it takes like 3 hours to like process it to make it into a video instead of a live stream. But once that's done, if you want to leave any of your book things or idea things that we've spoken about today down in the comment section, that would be absolutely amazing. I will be back for another live stream in the new year. I can't believe I'm saying that. That's absolutely crazy. On the 21st of January. It's a little bit later. They're always the 3rd Wednesday in a month. So if you want to come back for that, feel free, be my guest. I've got some interesting videos coming up for the next month. I'm trying to get ahead. Don't forget the podcast on Patreon is coming out in January. It's coming out a little bit later on podcast platforms. We're doing a book club. It's going to be really good. And yeah, thank you so much for everybody who has sat through this, who's been here. The mods are always absolutely amazing. Is incredible. Goes through afterwards and adds all of the timestamps. I don't know how you have the willpower to go through and add all the timestamps. So give some love to the mods because they do so much good work. Thank you everybody who has come in and said hi. Even if you didn't say hi and you just sat there, that's fine. If you want to give it a like, it would mean so much to me. Any questions or comments? And yeah, thank you for everybody who has donated. It means so much, and genuinely everything just goes funneled back into scripting and books and everything else for the channel. So yeah, thank you so much everybody. Have an amazing Yule, have an amazing new year if I don't see you before then, and I will see you in the next video. My voice is going, so maybe this is actually a great time to finish. Okay, right, bye. Okay, and outro.